Herzlich willkommen.
A very warm welcome to the live stream and our event here at the Academy of Arts at Pariser Platz in Berlin. We are very pleased to be able to be here again for what is the 10th Conference on Authors' Rights of the Initiative Urheberrecht. We are celebrating this anniversary next year properly with a lot of live guests. Today we are having a somewhat smaller crowd, but we have some selected speakers here. And we've seen from the registration that there has been a very positive response to this event, so hopefully many are joining in today. We represent 42 different members, including 40,000 authors. I'm Katharina Uppenbrink, Managing Director of Initiative Urheberrecht, and together with Matthias Hornschuh, I'll be guiding you through today's program. Our partner this year is the ALAI Germany, an association about which we'll hear more later today. Let us make some technical explanations for today. The hashtag, as always, is Zukunft URH. You see it here on our desk. And you can also go to konferenz@urheber.info if you want to ask questions. And please keep your questions brief and concise. And at the very end of this conference, there'll be time for Q&A. Right now, we would like to welcome very warmly our State Minister, Commissioner for Culture and the Media, Claudia Roth. You have the floor.
Ja, einen schönen guten Morgen.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody in this room. In Berlin, it's pretty cold outside, but I think we all feel very warm in our hearts looking at the topic we are discussing here today, something that definitely the people in this room, but also you on the live stream, are very much interested in. I'm very pleased that I was invited to join the conference and to give some words of welcome. I heard that there is a name that probably many people will quote, and there are some important people that form, so to speak, the roots of this event. And one is Victor Hugo. It would have been his 200th birthday this year, and he was not only one of the most famous and well-known writers in Europe of the 19th century, but he was also a very determined proponent of effective authors' rights. He founded the organization that was just mentioned, ALAI, Association Littéraire et Artistique Internationale, which is an association of authors' rights experts. They also have a German chapter, and they have helped to organize this conference together with the Initiative Urheberrecht. So what Victor Hugo was for French and international copyright is what Goethe was for the German authors' rights. I myself wouldn't have thought that there is a connection, but there is. He took the concept of intellectual property that was to be protected against the publishers. Up until his time, only the publishers had the right of the text, and it was absolutely admissible to just print texts repeatedly. Goethe, too, had to experience that his early literary success, for example, Young Werther, did not only bring wealth to him, but and mainly to many publishers who simply printed his work. In 1825, quite a while ago, Goethe, who was already 75 years old at the time, turned to the Federal Assembly demanding whether there couldn't be an act that grants a copyright to the author of a literary work. And a year later, he was conferred a privilege by the Prussian king. And the Duke of Metternich had written to Goethe saying that the emperor had banned the continued reproduction of his works. And that was the beginning of authors' rights protection in Germany. Since then, the world hasn't only changed very much in the publishing sphere. What has remained is the insight that a strong and a fair authors' rights protection system is indispensable to grant a livelihood to authors, even if they aren't as famous and as successful as Goethe. That is an insight that you who are present here and who are working towards this goal try to keep alive and implement. You represent 42 associations, and by doing that, more than 140,000 authors, performers, composers, writers, translators, visual artists, dancers, actors, designers. And you represent them with all your force. And that also applies to the ALAI Germany. What they want is an appropriate national and international protection of human rights. And in their work, they don't only look at Victor Hugo and major literary achievements or people like Goethe. I can assure you that I will always stand by your side with the political influence that I have. Culture is always under threat, even in times where people say that culture is thriving. It's always at risk because it is a very fine plant that needs to be nurtured and watered. But now it is definitely endangered because these are times marked by overlapping conflicts, starting with the pandemic that is still not entirely over, the climate crisis, and since the 24th of February, there is also the war in Ukraine. Some people are asking what the protection of culture means today, when at the same time people are being killed and when the future of so many people is in question and endangered. That war is not only a war of aggression that has ended the lives of countless people and has destroyed many people's homes. It's not just a propaganda war, as, for example, described by Vladimir Kaminer. It's also a war against culture. And in Ukraine, at least 500 cultural institutions, such as theaters, archives, museums, cinemas, schools, were destroyed or damaged. Sergei Shadan, a Ukrainian writer, a few weeks ago received the book prize of the German Publishers Association. And in his book that was published this year, Himmel über Kharkiv, he writes about surviving in a war. And he's tried to answer the question what a future and happiness in life could be. And he writes, I quote, "Obviously, human life is the most valuable thing. But what is the point of this life without museums, without theaters, without libraries, and without bookshops?" Unquote. The acute danger to culture is very much concrete, and it requires strong action to support all of the creators, and it requires a firm legal framework. Art and culture aren't things that you can only afford in peace times. It's not a nice to have, it's the elixir of life and is part of the foundations of our democracy. which is why the protection and the promotion of culture in all its diversity must be anchored in our basic law. A critic some time ago used a quote from Karl Kraus, using the metaphor of the spleen. Karl Kraus wrote, quote, "The spleen was necessary but superfluous," unquote. And this was also to be applied to having culture enshrined in the basic law. Now, it must have been amusing to use that quote to talk down this goal, but I think it misses the point. In 1994, the protection of natural life support systems was included in the law. In 2002, animal protection. And in both cases, the opponents had belittled these goals, just like people try to do now when we talk about enshrining culture in our basic law. But the protection of natural life support systems is something that everybody accepts today also as a national goal. And the same is true of culture. It is part of this life support system, and it should therefore be stipulated in our basic law, thus becoming a responsibility of the state. Culture as the state's objective underlines the importance of it. And it can't only mean to ensure the diversity of our many cultural institutions, but also the survival of the artists themselves. And here there is a lot of room for improvement. The COVID pandemic showed once more that the social situation of the artists must be improved. When it comes to social security, we have already initiated some improvements together with Hubertus Heil, the responsible minister. A major building block to improve the social and economic situation of creators is strong authors' rights protection. It's indispensable that authors and creative people can make a living on their profession and that they are paid fairly. In our coalition agreement, we've agreed to look at the remuneration situation for authors and journalists, also in the digital world. Among the important topics here for this legislative term are music streaming and e-lending, which are topics that we'll hear more about today. Music streaming is explicitly mentioned in the coalition agreement. Streaming music via, for example, Spotify has become an integral part of many people's lives. It's a booming market, and it's grown even more during the pandemic. At the same time, there is criticism, also with a view to transparency. The question is how the revenues can be shared transparently and fairly in order to compensate music authors and performers fairly. I'm asking for an independent, scientific, open-ended study that can look at the current situation and possibly propose alternative revenue-sharing models. E-lending of books and magazines from libraries also needs to become more transparent, and there has to be a fair distribution of income. The coalition agreement says here, quote, "We want to create fair framework conditions for e-lending in libraries," unquote. How exactly we can create such a fair framework is not specified in the coalition agreement. So we haven't advanced that much yet, and it remains difficult to find a solution that satisfies everyone. However, the fact that it's not easy is no excuse not to try it, for I believe it's a very necessary reform and a task we need to deal with. For that reason, I think it's very important that in October we had a meeting with everybody affected and talked about how to implement the coalition agreement. The library associations were included, various book publisher associations, and also authors. We also had the Federal Ministries of Justice, Economic Affairs around the table, and the Chancellor's office. And irrespective of not always agreeing on the content, we did agree that we want to find a shared solution. There'll be more meetings for that aim, the next one possibly in December. That means we're not rolling back, and we are working hard to make sure we can overcome these differences. If we managed within a year to come up with a solution, it would be a great and a necessary success. One thing needs to be clear. Authors and creative people have a legitimate interest to be remunerated fairly for their creative work. If the state wants to facilitate access to culture, and of course that's what it wants, it must not be at the expense of the authors. That would be an additional sacrifice that would not be acceptable and would also threaten their livelihoods. On your conference's agenda this year, you have a number of very important topics, and I'm not going to expand on all of them, but there'll be plenty of time for discussion here today. You have a certain focus on authors' rights contractual law. One title goes 20 years, 20 euros. And I think I gather from that that the authors are not happy yet. Then you'll also be talking about direct remuneration, which is something that my office supports very much. In your debates on these topics and more, I wish you a very interesting and constructive debate. But please don't forget the spleen. I would argue it's more important than many people used to think.
Liebe Frau Roth, herzlichen Dank.
Dear Ms. Roth, thank you very much. You spoke about the coalition agreement, e-lending and fairness, and then you spoke about the fact that there is not much talk about how this fairness is going to be implemented. This silence really bears a lot of music, and music actually expresses something that cannot be said and that people remain silent about. Who said that? Victor Hugo, by the way. Now, after the keynote of our state minister, we would like to welcome two more indispensable partners up here on stage, one after another, of course. First of all, our host, the president of the Academy of Arts, who is also a very successful filmmaker and therefore an author, who's also, of course, getting her remunerations. Professor Meerapfel, you have the floor. Thank you very much, State Minister, dear Claudia Roth, dear members of the German Parliament, dear Mr. Hornschuh, dear people present and online. I would like to warmly welcome you to the Academy of Art. I would like to congratulate the IU on the 10th anniversary of her conferences. Almost all of them took place here in the Academy of Arts. at the Paris Square, Pariser Platz. And we're very pleased to once again make this venue available to you and us. It's a unique opportunity for all of us. We as a society of artists also fight for fair remuneration. Otherwise, we'd have to ask ourselves, how could we do our work as creatives without adequate remuneration? We're very grateful for the cooperation and the commitment of Matthias Hornschuh, the spokesperson of the IU, and also the managing director, Katharina Uppenbrink, with whom we've collaborated for many years, and all other people who are very engaged for authors' rights. I would also like to welcome Professor Silke von Lewinsky, President of the German chapter of ALAI Germany, being established by Victor Hugo, as we heard, who is our cooperation partner today. Are you here? Bonjour. Welcome. We really can't have enough partners because being committed for a fair copyright is really complicated. We'll be touching upon topics such as streaming, for instance, today. I'm quite familiar with that topic. The federal government and several ministries said that they would be dealing with the digital economy. We couldn't agree more. Now, it's very vital to have more fair conditions for authors and artists also in the digital world. We heard it several times already. The entire cultural sector is still in an emergency state, if you like. That's due to COVID and now to the energy crisis, and they're very, very hardly hit by that. That is true for both Germany and all the other European countries, and of course also worldwide. And this happens at a time where cohesion and artistic freedom in Europe are at risk. The impact of the war of aggression by Russia, economic and social long-lasting crises are being a risk to our social cohesion. Right-wing extremist groups and other extremist groups try to occupy culture as their battleground in order to stand there and defend their national borders. We need to create alternative networks in the digital space in order to strengthen cohesion and social cohesion. Networks that stand for cultural cooperation and transnational solidarity. The European Alliance of Academies is such a network. It was established in October 2020, and its founding statutes and manifesto state that art and culture are vital for a functioning democracy and social cohesion. And these are not just empty shells, ladies and gentlemen. We take this very, very seriously, as these values are currently at risk. The artistic positions and artistic institutions have to be independent of national and other extremist thoughts. The next conference of this European Alliance, by the way, will take place on the 15th and 16th of December here at the Academy of Arts. And of course, I would like to invite you warmly to the public evening events. This is our contribution to shape a democratic, social and fair Europe. And it can't just be summarized in a few words when you think about what art really represents. Here, we did a survey a few years ago on our Academy members on the tasks of and responsibilities of arts, and there is no response that is that are the same. But it's important that we make a difference. Academy member Cecile Weißbrot just wrote an article for the magazine Kulturaustausch, and I'd like to quote her.
Words, sagt Hamlet.
Words words, is what Hamlet says. But for us, the authors, words are just like fine figures, fragile individuals who have to be treated carefully. And we're using these words every day in our everyday life without even reflecting on them. Therefore, it is a challenge to convert language into literature. And later on, she says, and I quote again, "To move freely while you are writing means to open up new windows, to create unexpected possibilities in one word, to expand the world." So for arts to unfold freely, national and European framework conditions have to be created. And that entails, not least, a fair authors' rights. Therefore, the annual conference of the IU is the one venue and one place where people from policymaking, business and practice can meet to see how this can be achieved in a successful way. Thank you.
Vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank, Frau Professor Janine Meerapfel.
Thank you very much, Professor Janine Meerapfel. It's always a pleasure for us to be here. Your team is great, the atmosphere, everything that this venue stands for towards the outside, but also internally, is always inspiring. So thank you very much for having us. I don't think I have to present my colleague Matthias Hornschuh again, but let me just say two things. He is a composer for TV and the cinemas, but he's also a musician and a producer, and he also is a university lecturer. And not only is he committed here at the IU, but also in many, many other institutions such as the State Music Council or the Culture Council of North Rhine-Westphalia, for instance. So I'd like to hand over to him to present the program. Thank you, Katharina. Ms. Roth, Ms. Meerapfel, you spoke about so many things you can't remain silent about, but still it's so very difficult to find words about this. The war, right-wing extremism, hate speech, toxic statements, Trump. Our current times are characterized by a high degree of uncertainty. Uncertainty also exists with regard to authors' rights. However, our situation as authors and creating artists is characterized by the fact that it's not really being visible, let alone being understood by institutions. And we often hear the term, it is invisible work. We heard that cultural work is work and must be understood and seen as such. And we increasingly understand this limit between pay and authors' rights remunerations. And all of these aspects have to be discussed when we speak about authors' rights. We'll be speaking about the digital world, streaming and the digital economy, and we will be listening to experts from the creative world and those from legal fields and also other scientists, and we'll also have representatives of trade unions and collecting societies and other associations. And we just heard that 20 years after the introduction of the copyright contract law, these topics have not yet been resolved. And the same is true about the never-ending story of e-lending, where we have to look at the relationship between tasks and funding of the public authorities. After a last coffee break, we will look at the legal political status quo and the agenda with the legal policy expert politicians. Now that's a mouthful indeed. So much on the program, and please allow me to make one final technical remark. We always try to have a lot of diversity in our program. Unfortunately, we don't have many performing artists here today. Let me put it as it is. We had many acceptances of our invitations, and also then people cancelled on short notice, but it's because they're performing, which is a great thing, as a matter of fact, and we'll try to bear them in mind. Dr. Silke von Mind has always been bearing us in mind, and she will now present some words of welcome. She is a lawyer for intellectual property and competition law. She is also a member of VG Word, and VG Word knows that
gesellschaftsgebundenen Direktvergütungsanspruchs erfand. Auch das sollte man nicht in Texte schreiben. Das in 2021 auch in das Urdax.
She's an assessor in Munich, and she has been dealing with several draft laws on copyright, on author's right, and she will speak on behalf of ALAI Germany and as a cooperation partner of the IU. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Honschuh. Sehr geehrte Frau Staatsministerin Roth, sehr geehrte Frau
State Minister Roth, Professor Meyer-Apfel, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, participants here in the room and online. I'm very pleased that the Initiative Urheberrecht has invited us, ALAI, to co-organize the anniversary conference. And on behalf of ALAI Germany, I would like to welcome all of the participants, the ALAI members in Germany and abroad.
Vielleicht nicht alle, obwohl schon einiges gesagt wurde, wissen, wer die ALAI ist. Lassen Sie mich
Since not everybody might know what ALAI is, I would like to say a few words about our association. As Ms. Roth said already, ALAI is a French abbreviation. We are the International Association for Literature and Art, which was founded in the 19th century by Victor Hugo. It pursued the explicit goal of improving also international authors' rights protection. And the ALAI was actually successful in doing that even back then, thanks to its comparative legal work. It was able to support the first convention on this issue in 1880, the so-called Bern Convention, which is still the basis of our international copyright legislation today. Of course, it's been updated several times, but much of the current legislation is built on it. Today, ALAI has 35 national chapters worldwide. We have one joint international conference next year in June. It will focus on authors' rights and artificial intelligence. I expect that this will be extremely interesting. And in 2024, we'll meet in Santiago de Chile. And we'll focus on authors' rights in international trade agreements. ALAI Germany tries to organize expert conferences several times a year. We look at different topics here, and we promote a discussion on these topics. The goal is to come up with good solutions and a differentiated approach to dealing with all of these challenges. And here let me support what Ms. Roth said. What we want to get away from is this confrontational thinking, black and white, good and bad, or evil. This is not what we want. We need to come back to a more consensual approach. This is what ALAI has always done. And that is still our approach today. That's also what's the very basis of our coalition work here. If you're interested in our organization, you can go to www.alai-germany.de. And since Ukraine was mentioned before, ALAI Germany is hosting a Ukrainian researcher. She came here but then decided to go back to Ukraine. She said she was trying or would try to participate online today in spite of all the blackouts and all the other problems that they're suffering in Ukraine. But she said she's very interested in helping. I mean, we all know that whenever there's a crisis, culture is also very much at risk. And she also wants to make sure that there is a strong copyright protection system in Ukraine so that people can make a living on their creative work and thereby can contribute something to society. Now, this is the general problem. If we don't support the authors in creating culture, there won't be any culture. And therefore, I think this is a very timely and important discussion, and I'm very happy to be here.
Silke von Lewinsky, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you, Silke. We'll hear you again later, and we are so pleased that we are collaborating with ALAI Germany, and it's good to hear that there are also people listening in from abroad. And by the way, we have a German live stream and also interpretation into English. You can just click on the language that you would like to listen to. And we also thank our interpreters, by the way. I don't understand how they do it. Just looking at what we've talked here in the last 30 minutes. But I would like to thank them. Now let's move on to the first session, streaming and the digital economy. We've asked Mr. Leitner to pave the ground for this discussion. I hope that Ms. Roth can stay with us for a few more minutes. And I hand over to Mr. Leisner from Ludwig-Maximilians University in Munich.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you. Ms. Oppenbrink, Mr. Hornschuh, Silke, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Ms. Roth, ladies and gentlemen, I brought a presentation, and I hope everybody can see the slides in a minute.
Na, ist doch wunderbar. Dann bitte ich auch gleich um die nächste Folie, denn ich habe für Sie meinen Vortrag in einer Sonatenhauptsatzform vorbereitet. Schließlich
I thought that I would use the structure of a sonata, because after all, when it comes to streaming, we mainly talk about music. I'll start with an introduction, then we move on to the exposition. I'll be looking at the different motives, the different instruments that are playing here. Then there'll be a development looking at the need for action, and in the end, I'll recapitulate. And this will be concluded by a coda looking at algorithmic creativity. Ms. Oppenbrink said I would have 15 minutes, which means I'll have to do this prestissimo, because we have a lot of objectives to work on, and we've already completed quite a bit of work already. So not least, we'll be talking about fairness, transparency, diversity, and competition. Because the fact is, none of these work really at the moment. But in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, we thought that guaranteeing free and undistorted competition would be sufficient. But then the platform economy emerged. We saw a monopolization of creative spaces, and that makes us realize that it's not enough a free and undistorted market. We don't only want to have a social market economy as an economic system, but we want competition for the common good. That basically means we're introducing more and more objectives to be introduced. Sorry, that is not the right slide. This is it. So, as I said, competition for the common good. We're introducing more and more objectives. We want that competition to be pluralistic, diverse, fair, social, sustainable, and of course we want that competition to be creative and individual. And as I said, we've worked hard both in Europe but also in Germany. Much has been achieved. For example, we've looked at the power position of the big platforms. The Digital Markets Act will have an important role to play in this field. The role of the so-called gatekeepers will be limited. It will ensure that there'll be more equal treatment and more fairness, and the authors on platforms will also benefit. However, this is mainly about free competition, free structures, and it doesn't help the social security of the authors. Then there is the Digital Services Act. It will look at platform liability in Europe, put it on a new footing, thereby creating more responsibility for the platforms. And although it's not immediately applicable to authors' rights, it will help the authors, because platforms need to be compliant and must meet their social responsibility. And they must regulate what happens. Then there's the whole field of fair contracts and social security, but this is really focusing more on the consumers and not on the authors. The authors were, however, in the center also reform of the copyright legislation, the DSM directive of 2019, and its transposition in Germany. And Germany's transposition of that directive can really be a role model. I think it is very well made. We've really balanced the interest of the consumers and the interest of the authors. That was possible because the collection society structures are strong in Germany. And I think we can be proud on what we have achieved here in Germany. Obviously, we must monitor very closely how it's going to be working in the future, but I think it's really served the authors and artists. Why do I say that? Now, first of all, there's now a direct remuneration entitlement on the platforms of OSPs. We've also strengthened their collective rights claims. And this fairer, more transparent system that we have now is also based on a remuneration claim while content is online. And we've strengthened certain collective approaches, which has also helped to make the system fairer. And I should say that contractual law has also been enhanced with the new transparency provisions in the DSM directive. They also had to be transposed in Germany, so that in turn German law inspired European harmonization, and it all became a virtuous circle. But the thing is, this is only for the authors' rights service providers. So Spotify, Netflix, and real streaming platforms. The potential of collective rights management in Europe now has been added more fetters, let's say, because collective licenses are impossible in Germany. That means there's more need for reform. And these fetters or shackles that I mentioned that limit collective rights management have drawbacks for individual non-managed repertoires, i.e. solo artists or self-employed artists. That in turn also limits diversity. With all that in mind, what needs to be done? Now, after that great leap, and even that is arguable, the problems are actually becoming more complex and more specific. They depend on the specific sector we're talking about. In the music sector, transparency, remuneration, the vertical integration of streamers are to be debated. But I think we've at least come up with the right questions to ask. Looking at audiovisual content, there is a system that is relying more on exclusive rights management. And even under the difficult framework of the DSM directive, the social media license that's now been initiated is really an attempt to expand collective licensing to this field as well. That in turn would really help smaller scale authors. E-lending was mentioned, and I save my breath here because there'll be a dedicated panel later. Now, what could be potential solutions? Where there's need for action. First of all, there is the copyright contract law. I think here we also have a pretty good contract law in Germany. It's been renewed and reformed many times over in the last 10 years. And that means we have the tools in place. Even the transparency provisions are so strong now, based on all the demands that were made. And the question really is whether transparency is the solution. It also costs quite a lot of money, generates transaction costs, it generates new markets for specialized lawyers and creates new jobs for lawyers, but doesn't necessarily help the authors. Which means that one could also be critical of that toolbox. I think it's good and important to have it, but to what extent it's worthwhile improving it remains an open question. And then there's the remuneration claim that we already know from the Rental and Lending Directive, where it has worked very well. But now with the OSP Act, we need to monitor how functional it is. And let me say here that other jurisdictions have decided to take a horizontal approach. And some of them have been successful, even against political resistance. Switzerland, for example, the whole public reproduction or act of communication on the internet is organized in a different way, and it has not chased away all of the platforms or streaming services. And perhaps that could be a model that would be really useful for the authors. It builds on the collective power of the collection societies, which isn't possible if you rely solely on contract law, because they can't fully use their role of being basically trade unions. And we know that problems still persist with streaming, for example, concerning remuneration, but when it comes to arbitration and the discussion about arbitration and tariffs, improvements should be considered. The question is also how to accelerate the whole process. It might be thinkable that some countries also take political action. And I mean, just look at France. That's been very active here. Not all is bad, what's been happening in France. Of course, it focuses on French art and culture mainly, and that makes us skeptical. But the fact is, the system isn't free anyway. It's not free for the artists, it's not free for the meat market, it's not free in the energy market. So why not try politically negotiated agreements and use political support to come up with a solution? And that takes me to my conclusion, which would be basically my recapitulation, if you will. Now, looking at the future, there is something we need to deal with, and I was sad not to see it included in the coalition agreement, and that is the cloud storage fee. The old system was always based on private copies. And just look at what's happening today. I can stream music even offline.
Völlig klar ist aber jedenfalls aus wirtschaftlicher und rechtspolitischer Sicht, dass wir mit diesen Endgeräten ständig.
And the fact is that with our devices, we are controlling storage in the cloud all the time, but that's not covered by our private copy payment obligations because the copies we're using are somewhere in the cloud. And if private copy remuneration, or the system we have for that, is not adapted to cloud storage, then that is a problem. And it creates risks European-wide because there's a demand and an obligation to guarantee appropriate and proportionate remuneration. And it's not acceptable that we find terabytes of material now in the cloud and it's not covered. So a cloud storage service provider fee needs to be introduced. And if only for reasons of EU legislation. We don't really have a choice here, even if so far the European Court have been focusing on reaching a compromise. Film authors also have a problem here compared to music authors. That is unfair treatment and should be abolished. In Europe, we should make sure that the framework for European collective licenses are put in place. The social media license of VG Bildkunst might be, let's say, an experiment here and serve as a lab. And if it's successful, we should support the Commission to take Article 12 of the DSM directive and amend it so that extended collective licensing becomes possible. We also need the European hubs for text, image, and art. This is something that we can lobby for in Europe. I think the Commission will be very much on our side, but will need to convince other member states. This is just what you see here on this slide. I'm not going to bore you any further. And I jump to my last slide. This is a little outlook. The question is, what do we expect to happen in the next, let's say, 10 years if we step out of the box? and fantasize about what's going to happen. Now, obviously, there will be a debate, a scientific debate about AI. The AI that composes, that writes music, that writes literary works. What the technicians tell us is that AI might be able to compose like Kurt Cobain, but what it can't do, it won't be a second Stockhausen because it can't break the rules. What German creativity really is about is that it can break the rules. But still, if you give such a boon to scientists and researchers, they'll be happy to jump on it and create new protective rights. And here I'll say, protective rights for AI? No, thanks. AI is cheaper in terms of labor costs. It can be marketed individually and algorithm-based. It has many advantages over human creators in the market anyway. And if we then support that by giving it protective rights, 50 years down the road, AI might actually replace and push out the creators. Just think of Amazon. The way Amazon treats solopreneurs is something that we've all seen. And I think we can rightfully say they don't get the treatment you would get from a German publishing house. There is Kindle, with millions of users, a lot of updated info. And Kindle knows when people read, what they read, and how much they read. And perhaps in the future, Amazon will write a book that everybody will love based on the data that they have. But it means everybody will be remaining in a bubble. So the much more interesting question is not whether we need to protect AI and its rights. AI will overwhelm us anyway. But what I'm wondering, in terms of a value-based authors' rights protection, how can we protect the authors against algorithm-based production? Let's say there's an author who's been told, yeah, your book might be interesting for the societal debate, but our algorithm says that 90% of the readers will put it away after 3 minutes. So please do some editing. Or you might tell journalists, yeah, your article about Schad might be interesting, but our readers will not be interested based on our AI. So please change the article. That's the risk. We must defend the authors in their freedom against feedback loops, algorithm-based assessment, and filter bubbles on the net. And we need to find out how human creation can be favored over AI creations and be protected. And these challenges are very real. How exactly all of this needs to be regulated remains to be seen. But if there are people showing up now who say that the most urgent thing is now copyright protection for AI, then I'd be extremely skeptical. And now, my final chord. And this is just trying to show you a facsimile of Beethoven's 9th Symphony. He was already deaf at the moment. And seriously, it must have been really hard to read this writing. I couldn't do it. But even here, we have publication protection rights. And that's just an illustration of how far we've come since Goethe.
Man soll ja den Tag nicht vor dem Abend loben, ne? Aber mein lieber Scholli, also wer behauptet, Urheberrechtskonferenzen seien langweilig.
Those who said that copyright conferences would be boring, didn't have anything to do with real life, I think you missed the point. And you can even follow scientific expert presentations. That's astonishing. So let's have a look at die Mörderischen Schwestern. It's an affiliate association of the IU, and Monika Fundmeier is one of the Murderous Sisters members. She used to work for banks in the final sector, but she's also active as a self-publisher, and she's also creative for culture, and she's now publishing top titles in publishing houses. Welcome. And you have the floor for your statement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you very much to you for giving me your attention. And I would like to start right away. Streaming in the book market, it does affect us much more than we thought. What formats are we talking about? How does it work? What are the consequences? Independent of shop opening hours, streaming in the book market makes digital formats available online, in particular audiobooks and e-books, whether as a single license purchase or far more frequently within flat rates. The demand for audiobooks and e-books has grown massively as a result of the pandemic, especially digitally. And it is precisely this trend that continues. In 2019, 56% of sales were on physical media of audiobooks. In 2021, this share has shrunk to 30%. This means that authors are generating less revenue. Digital distribution is remunerated much less than the sale of physical information carriers. Now, in the digital market, there's a drift towards streaming. Download sales accounted for over 50% of digital sales in 2019. That involves the purchase of a license. Streaming, on the other hand, comes close to temporary retrieval, almost lending. 2021, then there was a change. In the audiobook segment, there is less revenue. Streaming now accounts for more than 50% of sales. And that has an impact. Old age poverty, burden on healthcare and social systems, outflow of tax revenues and thus of reinvestment opportunities, loss of innovative power and respect. Why? Well, streaming of ebooks and audiobooks has become established with monthly flat rates of around 10% for Kindle Unlimited or Audible audiobook subscriptions. Amazon is the player when it comes to streaming flat rates. It's just wonderfully convenient. Switch on to switch off. The account is automatically built. You're not seeing this. You don't ever look at the account statement anyway. Off you go. Amazon will earn money, and Spotify. You're now spending money. For whom? Yeah, for whom actually? My counterparts are companies with grinning logos and rockets in space, and all of them profit. Who thinks of authors who create stories, journeys to other worlds, good entertainment? Or, as Matthias Hornschuh said years ago, content used to be king, distribution is now King Kong. For buyers, the creator and the product have become unconnected, comfortable on the couch with tablet in hand. Who cares? With ebook flats, only one-fifth of the remuneration compared to the sale of an ebook reaches the creators. And with audiobook flats, Spotify, for instance, only 1/6 of that sale would be ending up with the authors. Until now, we had a fixed sum that was paid to authors in fixed fee models. This is being replaced by shared revenue models. It means that we really don't know what the outcome will be, and the risk is completely shifted to the authors. I'll give you an example. With BookBeat, the producing audiobook publisher receives 30 cents per hour listened to. In comparison, Spotify pays a maximum of 5 cents. Authors only receive 20 to 5%. So BookBeat, that would be 6 cents, Spotify 1 cent. Only in public libraries and the e-lending do we get less as authors. For users, it's free. For authors, it's free or for nothing. There are often 0 cents. And if you're lucky, you get a single-digit amount. Expert Janet Clark will talk about this later. At least the commercial and public agree on this. Transparency and confidentiality clauses are more important than patterns, usage patterns, and distribution keys. Public libraries, however, cover almost 50% 50% of e-book reading consumption in Germany. And this share is increasing rapidly. And the digital book market is growing, streaming with the strongest increase. Especially young adult titles are being accessed in streaming and low pricing models by consumers of tomorrow. These grew up with the myth that everything that's possible is also accessible. But who fills the content in the first place? Oh yeah, that was the authors. Streaming is growing, compensation for authors' work, aka income, is decreasing. If the legal principles of fair and proportionate remuneration were applied, these flat rates would not exist. The fairy tale that flat rate work is automatically silent and invisibly cross-financed above all at the expense of the authors. Consequences, authors always perform work, unpaid, they only get a share of the use, they have to spend money to work through self-exploitation, research costs, advance payments, and pre-finance a product. A product 113 employees in the book industry benefit from. No one would volunteer at BMW if they were told, sorry, you won't get paid until the car is sold. And we can also prove that the screw, and you can also prove that the screw was really screwed on by you. And oh yes, please bring the screws yourself. We keep the profits. Would you imagine your work being treated so carelessly? For decades, cultural workers in precarious lifestyles have been contributing their unpaid work so that corporations, and largely non-European ones, can make profit. Streaming? Well, if we continue to tolerate this development of low pricing models and intransparency, then this will lead to an active decision of doing nothing, accepting negative things. Old age poverty, destitution, strain on the healthcare and social systems, those who have no money don't eat as well, outflows of tax revenue, thus outflows of reinvestment opportunities, loss of innovative power and sustainable concepts. But only those who can afford it right will lose diversity, lose the possibility to experience stories outside our horizon and to develop understanding. Nothing good ever came from easy. That is something that we heard. Or, as according to Astrid Lindgren, everything great that happened in the world first took place in a person's imagination. So, in which best possible world do we want to live? Come on, let's talk, let's do it. The future is in our heads. The capital there is infinite. Let's get it out and make something great from which not only a few individual corporations profit, but we as a society. Of course it won't be easy, but if we don't start now to question what is, which is only good for a few and bad for many, it will never get better. I'm ready, I have some ideas, and please ask the big corporations to pay.
Perfekt. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Nehmen Sie sich zu Herzen.
Thank you very much. Please take this statement to your heart, and of course you can always get back to Monica and other authors should you have any questions. So we move from the book to the audio-visual area, and we would like to welcome Jan Herchenröder from the German Screenwriters Association. We're running a little late, so I'll pass on the floor directly to you, Jan, without further ado. Thank you very much, Minister of State, Mr. Roth, Ms. Oppenbrink, colleagues from the IU. I've heard from Katharina that I should be brief. Now, I have to be careful not to be speaking too quickly. I do have a feature that I share with Beethoven, which is that I have an illegible handwriting. However, with the few remarks I would like to say, I shall have a look at my handwritten notes. Now, the German Screenwriters Association, I'm the managing director. We represent about 600 authors in Germany. The Association of German Screenwriters negotiates joint remuneration rules. That's a tool the copyright gives us at hand, and we defend and represent the interests of our screen rights. We concluded agreements with the German main public broadcaster broadcasters, and we're now trying to use that tool also for the online area and online sector to find out whether we can reach an agreement here as well. Once again, because we heard it also in the introductory remarks, when we negotiate joint remuneration rules regarding the fees of our members, of course, with this pay, we want them to make a living. This should be at subsistence level, and of course, with a view to the public broadcasting, the creation of work has to be remunerated at a continuous level. Initial remunerations for screenwriters are rather high. However, when you conclude such a screenwriting agreement, you can never be sure whether you get the full amount. You have
ursprünglich vereinbarten Honorars werden erst bei Dreh-
you are being paid in installments, and about 50% of the fee is only being paid when the film is really being shot. So there is a high risk involved here. This is why we constantly demand subsequent fees and remunerations. They are there if projects are not being continued. There is often a rotation when it comes to development of screens. So if I can't secure my remuneration, subsequent remunerations, which may be paid in smaller amounts, remunerations being generated by platforms, for instance, are extremely important, not only to make a living, but also to create more content, to write more screens at your own risk. Now that has taken a bit of my talking time. Actually, that's not in my handwritten notes. Now we have new players. Netflix we know is important, but we have a number of active platforms, Apple Plus, etc. in Germany. Now we'll have Paramount Plus in December, which is being commercialized under Sky. They're already producing in Germany. So we have several players not only offering streaming, but also being commissioners for projects here in Germany, commissioning the production of films and so on. We may remember the conference of screenwriters not too long ago in Germany. We had another one in Copenhagen where we have a rather critical view regarding these streamers. They are positive innovators which leave their traces, meaning that there are new budgets. They have target-specific use that they promote, which allows for completely new stories, which otherwise wouldn't have been possible. We have several genres. I'm looking at series production in the fiction area, which is really unprecedented. And we are seeing that public broadcasters are now massively opening up to that genre. And an innovation really takes place which leads to creative diversity. So authors, screenwriters, etc. perceive that differently than writers in the book market. So that leads to new forms of diversity. At the same time, we're speaking about players who take even German products immediately to the global market and German production. So if we only focused on the streamers, it would be difficult to really define appropriateness when it comes to remuneration. Because when we look at Europe, we are seeing initial steps to have joint remunerations and agreements with online platforms, but they do strongly depend or are mainly focused on the local market. And when they speak about appropriateness, take the local market as some sort of indication. Now, that does not really reflect the global market, at least not in a precise manner. We should note positively that the transparency regulations of Germany and the European market at least have brought one player to the table, Netflix, in Germany and in Europe. They're now actively trying to find solutions. Of course, these solutions should fit to their portfolio from a commercial and business point of view. We're still quite far away to bring about a transparency that takes into account the global and economic power and also global revenues of these players that can be generated with a single production only. So we're actually getting close to each other, but we're not there yet. What about the streaming market? Currently in the film sector and the screenwriters sector, we have buyout contracts which are better paid than in Germany when it's about writing episodes and generating series, but it doesn't look at subsequent remuneration for global use of these productions. To change this will be our upcoming tasks. There is one such agreement between Verdi and Netflix for joint remuneration or joint rules. This is being called into question by the Association of Directors and other associations. So here in the future, jointly, we have to determine responsibilities of negotiation for joint rules of remuneration. That's also my call to IU to get together here. Online use, I'm speaking very quickly. I'm sorry about that. I hope that it's not too confusing. Online use is something that we're also looking at very closely in the area of public broadcasting. So as I said before, ARD and ZDF are the main public broadcasters, and we agreed on joint remuneration rules in 2019. Covering the online area in an insufficient manner. So ZDF will look at this again with us next year. We want to amend these rules. At least we managed with these big broadcasters to constantly evaluate online use, as we know that this is a very dynamic market. So we are observing the market, and this, in the best case scenario, should lead to better and new rules. However, in times of crisis, such as this time right now, when we look at the core use, which is TV screening and use in the media libraries, we see that it's very difficult to maintain this high level of value also when we look at rampant inflation together with these two main public broadcasters. So it's hard to preserve the values and really adapt the stipulations and provisions of these joint remuneration rules to the current state of affairs. So with public broadcasting, we are seeing an increase of online use, and that is also true for third-party licensing. What does that mean? It means a platform, in this case, the public broadcasters, German public broadcasters, offer something in their own media libraries, paying royalties and licenses to these original producers such as Netflix and so on. And we don't follow these paths and therefore don't know whether original authors are also being remunerated here. Making productions available on online platforms, such as media libraries, should be remunerated accordingly. This is also an added value being generated. And Professor Leistner, thank you for your remarks here. This is very important, and those productions that are being licensed to third-party platforms, they are not being covered by our negotiations regarding joint remuneration rules. Therefore, the concept of an expanded claim to remuneration should be applied here to provide fair remuneration for authors, screenwriters, etc., in the context of platform economics. That's not only with respect to streamers, but all the other forms of users in public broadcasting productions. So I tried to be very brief and not too intensive. There's so much more I could say. Perhaps we can do so in bilateral talks, and wishing you an interesting conference. Thank you.
Ja, das könnte man wohl Druckbetankung nennen, was wir hier gerade machen. Vielen Dank, Jan.
Oh, this is a very intensive session. Thank you, Jan, for your presentation. You know, we as the initiative are also involved in this, in that we try to kind of mediate between the different stakeholders.
Wir kommen von der Audiovision zur Vision,
Now,
zum Foto, und wir
let's move on to photography. And I would like to welcome Julia Latsch, photographer, who made it to Berlin in spite of the winter weather. Since 2020, she's been the spokesperson of the Photography Association. She also works at Freelance, which is also one of our member associations.
Ja, hallo auch von mir und ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung.
Thank you for the invitation to be here.
Ich freue mich sehr, hier zu sein.
Very pleased
Zu Ihnen zum Thema Creative Commons
to be able to talk about Creative Commons licenses and Wikipedia from the point of view of photographers.
Ja, die Grundidee der Creative Commons Lizenzen ist folgende.
The idea of a Creative Commons license is this. There are Creative Commons for Creative Commons to make sure that free educational material can be distributed as long as the users comply with the licenses as prescribed by the authors. That means people can use the material free of charge without having to ask the authors for permission. Every Creative Commons license is global in nature and lasts as long as the author's protection lasts. And it's irrevocable. Once a file has been licensed and has been used, that file can also be used by others, even if the license settings are changed later. A very prominent example is the Wikimedia, or the Wikimedia Commons of the Wikimedia Foundation. Around 88 million pictures are listed in that archive as of this morning. So how do the pictures get into that file? From my experience, there are two ways. Either photographers as authors upload their pictures and make them available for use free of charge. Very often, with a good intent, knowing that the license is irrevocable, young photographers upload their pictures and are hoping to become more well-known or become famous. The photographers choose their own settings, for example, whether their name should be mentioned, whether people are allowed to edit the picture, whether commercial or non-commercial use is admissible, and whether a picture is passed on under that same license. So it sounds as if you could really manage your rights yourself, but the fact is very often there are uncertainties. And as a consequence, people receive warning letters. The users have no idea what it means that this is only for non-commercial use, for example, or that a picture is not to be edited. Or users are wondering whether just adjusting the size of the picture means that it's been edited. And here it would be very helpful to have more concrete and more detailed definitions, especially for private users who are not acquainted with the legal nitty-gritty. Plus, there isn't really any control institution. If somebody uploads a photograph, there's nobody who checks whether there's somebody in the picture whose personal rights are being violated. So many times people don't even know they're in a picture that's been uploaded. Then all of a sudden they find their photographs used as a meme on social media platforms or on the websites of, let's say, a right-wing group. You can, for example, just Google the Academy of Arts in the Google image search. Then you can download the first picture that you find, and then you can zoom onto the person, the lady wearing sunglasses. And I think we can be rather sure that nobody asks that lady whether she wants to be in the picture. Now, in everyday life, here is what normally happens. Also, clients are allowed to license the pictures by, for example, requiring a Creative Commons license when they commission photographs. And then they don't really discuss the details of the license, but it will be a general Creative Commons license. Now, how is that possible? When a photographer meets a client, you try to establish a relationship of trust, but then sometimes the photographer is being told that he or she needs to provide a Creative Commons license. And if you take a closer look, you realize that such a Creative Commons license wouldn't actually be needed for that particular job, but it just becomes a standard clause to avoid trouble later on, as the clients would argue. The Creative Commons license is, as a term, is often used to transfer basically all rights. It doesn't mean that the photographers basically give away their rights, the editing rights, the revocation rights, and they also forgo their right of being mentioned in the context of that photograph being used. Appropriate remuneration for such uses is something that very few clients are actually willing to pay. And why do the photographers still sign such contracts? You might wonder. Many are scared. They're scared of not getting the job. Perhaps they're only getting started in this job. They need the money. They don't want to be a difficult business partner. They don't want to be blacklisted. They're not just with this one company, but perhaps with many of them if they are all connected. So they're being blacklisted or red-listed of whole groups of companies. And this, of course, exerts a lot of pressure. Then there are increasing prices, the threat of a recession, the fear of a new COVID pandemic and lockdown, and all of that undermines the negotiating position of authors. And many photographers simply don't have the knowledge that they need. They just sign away their rights because they believe Creative Commons licenses are a good thing. And very few of them have studied law or are authors' rights expert. The advice that they need is something that very few of them can afford. And sometimes when I speak to them, it turns out that either the people responsible in the companies, the clients, aren't so well informed either. There are also a lot of career changers who just buy the photographs without knowing all these legal issues. And the same is true for many photographers. So basically, ignorance meets ignorance. And here I think we need to establish some rules of the game. And sometimes those in the company might even be on the side of the authors, but they feel powerless within their own business framework and they are afraid of losing their job. That makes it ever more important to convince photographers to learn more about authors' rights so that we all able to provide advice to each other. It's something that should be included in training. And there are also associations for freelancers that would be able to provide legal advice if you can't afford your own lawyer. I don't really think that we're going to make any progress if we don't all pull into the same direction. It's not enough if there are only some individual photographers who don't sign such contracts. We need the political backing and we need very clearly defined rules. Now, in the end, we just want to be paid fairly for our work. Fair remuneration is always a condition for us authors being able to have social security. According to a freelance survey from 2017 that looked at 2,400 members, old age poverty is a risk for 46% of women, 20% of men, and 30% of the members of that association. Ms. Roth, you talked about responsibility, and if I could make a wish, it would be that we accept that responsibility. And we improve the remuneration situation of authors.
Die funktionierende und vor allem sehr
One building block
politische.
can be,
Eigentlich wollte ich den Satz anders anfangen.
sorry, let
Ein
me
Baustein
start
kann
again.
sein, eine funktionierende und vor allem
One part of
praxistaugliche
solution can be
Rahmenbedingungen
to
dafür zu
come
schaffen,
up with
dass
a political
Plattformen für zahlreiche
framework
Bildnutzung
which ensures that
Lizenzen bei der
platforms for
Verwertung
using
dieser Kunst erwerben
images
müssen, welche die
have
Vergütung
to
dann fair
acquire
und rechtlich
licenses
transparent
from VG Bildkunst, and
Fotografen
VG
und
Bildkunst, the
Fotografen,
collecting
Nutzer und auch die
society,
Plattformen haben eins
distributes that income.
Letztendlich wünschen wir uns
Photographers
alle eine
and
einfache,
platforms
verständliche und für alle Seiten
actually share the wish
annähernd
of
faire
having
Lösungen.
simple
Und
and clear
eins wünschen wir uns
rules
auch alle ganz
and a
sicher,
simple
Rechtssicherheit.
solution.
Wir alle
And we
lieben
all
Sicherheit.
want legal certainty.
Ich bin
We
überzeugt
love
davon,
certainty.
dass die besten Gesetze auch uns allen nichts bringen
I
werden, wenn sie
believe
nicht
that the
machbar
very
sind.
best
Wenn
laws
sie sich
won't
nicht an der
help
Lebenswirklichkeit
if
der
they aren't
Menschen
practical,
orientieren.
if
Daher
they don't take into
wünsche ich mir,
account
dass
the
die
reality.
Grauzonen und Gesetzeslücken bei den Creative Commons
And therefore,
Lizenzen, die
the
viele
grey
Rückschlüsse
zones
für ein
that exist
praxistaugliches,
in the Creative Commons sector
Urheberdienste-Anbietergesetz, ermöglichen und sicherstellen, dass das Bildmaterial nicht bei
need to
per
be
Gesetz
closed.
erlaubt von Parteien oder extremistischen
For example, it should be prohibited that pictures can be used freely by extremist organizations for fake news
Denn
or
das
for memes.
bereitet vielen Fotografinnen und Fotografen in Deutschland gerade wirklich
This
große Sorge.
is really a headache many
Die
photographers
Berufsverbände
in
wie
Germany
Freelance,
have.
aber auch der Deutsche Fotorat als
Associations
Dachverband
like
der Fotografen in
Freelance
Deutschland
or My
stehen wir
Photographers
sehr gerne auch für ihre
Association will
Ansprechpartner
always
zur
be
Verfügung.
happy
Denn auch wenn sich
to
unsere Gewohnheiten durch die immer schnellere
extend a hand.
technologische Veränderung
Although
immer
our
mehr im
habits
Wandel
might
befinden
change
werden,
because of
dürfen wir eines
technological
aus meiner Sicht nicht
developments,
vergessen.
there is one
Und
thing
das
that we
sind
must
die
not
Belange der
forget.
Urheberinnen und Urheber
These
selbst.
are
Vielen Dank für
the
Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
interests of the authors themselves.
Ich möchte hier nur kurz erwähnen, dass die Problematik der CC-Lizenzen bzw. Wikimedia.
I should say that the problem of Creative Commons licenses and Wikipedia, of course, doesn't only refer to photography, but many other areas as well, which is why we need to discuss this again and again. There are a lot of underlying commercial interests, and that needs to be spelled out. And now we move on to music streaming.
Erste Streaming und vieles, was die Musik macht und tut, sagen wir mal so, die Branche ist vielen oft einen Schritt voraus.
This is an industry which is often ahead of other industries because of the technology they have available. And I'd like to give the floor to Mickey Moiser, musician and composer himself.
Ja, guten Abend zusammen. Liebe Frau Staatsministerin, Kulturstaatsministerin Claudia
Good morning, State Minister of Culture Claudia Roth. 40 years of experience on stage. I wanted to start off by welcoming you, Professor Meerapfel, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's check whether 40 years of stage experience have been helpful. Apparently not. Well, just leave it there.
Ich hoffe, die Regie
I hope
kann damit leben, dass ich etwas weiter
my
hier drüben stehe, denn ich habe eine Folie,
staff
die ich Ihnen
can
eindringlich
live
zeigen
with the
möchte.
fact that
Es ist
I've
nur eine Folie
moved
und
to the left-hand side. I just brought along a single slide, and I'll be trying to do the shortest input this
Dies ist eine
morning.
Erhebung der Université de la Musique
This
de
is
Paris.
statistics
Und,
of the
sie ist
University
aus
of
dem Jahre
Music in
2018.
Paris of 2018.
Diese
So
Erhebung
that
zeigt
was an
nichts
assessment
anderes
they did,
als auch die
and it
GEMA-Studie,
shows
als
nothing
die europäische
else
GESAC-Studie.
that the
Und,
GISAC
liebe
study
Claudia
and the
Roth,
GEMA
wenn das
study
BKM die Studie
show.
startet,
And
ich
dear
kann mir nicht
Claudia
vorstellen, dass
Roth,
Ihre Studie
I
dann
hope
oder
your
unsere
ministry
gemeinsame
will
Studie
conduct
zu
the
anderen
open-end
Ergebnissen
study,
kommt.
and I'm
Wo ich mich
pretty
aber,
sure
was
that
uns
it's not
kalt den
going to
Rücken runterläuft, ist, dass die Ergebnisse
produce
erst im Jahre
different outcomes.
2024 da sein sollen.
What actually
Ich hoffe,
sends
dann
a
gibt's noch
shiver down my
professionelle
spine
Urheberinnen und
is that the
Künstlerinnen.
results will
Wird's
only
noch
be
geben,
published
aber
in
wir
2021. I
gucken.
still hope, I hope that there
Danke.
will still be
Zumindest ein
performing
Zwischenergebnis.
artists and copyright holders and authors. Well,
Gehen wir
we'll
kurz durch die
publish
Knackpunkte
interim
dieser
results.
Studie.
That's what the State Minister of Culture just mentioned.
Subskription, das Abonnement
Now,
für 10
we
Euro,
have
100 Millionen
subscription.
Songs
That's
ist
the first
eindeutig
box
zu
on
billig
this
für die
slide.
Veröffentlichung von Musik.
This
In der
is
zweiten Ebene,
certainly
da
too
sehen wir,
low. On the
dass,
second level, we can
Spotify
see that Spotify
die die Steuern erst abzieht und erst dann die Lizenzen
firstly
auszahlt, das
deduces
werden wir wahrscheinlich
tax
nicht ändern
and then
können,
pays
seine
for the
amerikanischen
licenses. That's
Quellensteuer haben
something
wir
we
rausgefunden.
cannot
Aber
change
es ist gut zu wissen,
because
dass im
the
Prinzip
tax that
die
they are
Labels, die
deducing is an
Künstlerinnen und die
American
Urheberinnen
source
die
tax,
Steuer für
if
Spotify
you
zahlen,
like.
weil die
However,
Lizenzierung beginnt erst danach.
it's some sort of withholding
In der dritten
taxes,
Zeile
and that's
sehen wir
when
ein großes
remuneration
Problem,
for the
einen dritten
authors
Knackpunkt,
starts.
und
Now,
das
the
ist,
third line, that's a crunch,
Verteilung
really,
zwischen
which
links
is the
Labels
distribution
und
between,
Künstlerinnen
on the left-hand
und
side,
rechts den
labels and
Autorinnen.
artists,
Im
and
Prinzip also
right-hand
links das
side, the
Leistungsschutzrecht
authors.
und
So,
rechts
on the
das
left-hand
Urheberrecht, das
side,
Autorenrecht.
we
Und
have
hier sehen wir ein
the
Missverhältnis.
neighboring
Das Verhältnis
rights
ist
or
5:1.
ancillary copyrights. On the
Und
right-hand side is the
branchenüblich
copyrights,
ist in
and the
sonstigen
ratio
Bereichen
is
ein
5
Verhältnis
to
50-50.
1.
Und
Usually
im
in the
Live-Bereich,
industry
da
it
es
would
ja
be
da die Gage gibt,
50-50,
brauchen
and then
sich
in the
die
live
Künstlerinnen und Künstler
sector, since
ein
we have a
umgekehrtes
live
Verhältnis.
fee, the ratio is the other way around, so it's 1 to 5. I'm just presenting this here. And now the last line is they keep 4.56 euros, which means they're paying to the authors a fee which is certainly not suitable for today. And I'm representing both. I'm a producer and an artist performing on stage, and at the same time I'm a film music composer, and a musician myself. So the question is, what can we do? I think Spotify has a lot of negotiating power. We as artists and authors may not ask, will not be in a position to ask Spotify to change that position. And the same is true for the major labels that I'm sketching out here. So we need the help of policymakers, of legislators, hopefully at European level.
Natürlich. Ich möchte mal einen Blick
And
in die
of course,
Zukunft werfen.
let me try to dare an outlook. The legislator will state, that's a market, we don't like to interfere with markets. And you're right, you shouldn't always do that. But from our point of view, this market exists only for two positions. For us, this system is a market failure, and we are no longer, as artists and authors, participating in that market. Thanks. That's all from me.
Danke, Micky. Ja, jetzt hast du das
Well,
ganz
thank
schlimme
you,
Wort Marktversand in
Mickey.
den Mund genommen.
You
Und wir
mentioned
wissen
this
ja alle,
terrible
wenn
term of
Marktversagen
market
nicht reguliert wird,
failure,
ist es
and we
Staatsversagen.
know
Aber das
that
Fass
if
wollen wir
market
heute vielleicht
failure
nicht
is not being
aufmachen. Danke, es
regulated,
gibt so
it's a
viel zu tun,
state
Micky.
failure.
Nach
Thank
wie
you
vor.
so much, Mickey.
Vielleicht
There's
noch
so
mal
much
2, 3
more to
Worte
do.
zu
Perhaps
Mickey
I
Moll. Wir
can
wollen noch
just
einmal ihm
add
auch
2
herzlich
or
danken
3
für
remarks
sehr,
to
sehr
Mickey
viel
Häuser. Thank you
Engagement in den
so
ganzen
much
letzten
for
Jahren und
all your
Jahrzehnten.
commitment
Und
throughout the past
noch einmal
years
betonen,
and
er ist
decade, really.
berufspolitisch vor allen Dingen aktiv
From a
als
political
Filmkomponist,
point of view,
aber bringt
you
eben
are a
sehr viel
film
Erfahrung
music
als
composer,
Musikproduzent
but
und eben auch als
you
Künstler
also
letztlich und von
produce
daher
music,
sehr
you're an
sprechfähig
artist
für die
yourself,
gesamte
so you
Branche.
do represent
So,
several positions
jetzt wieder
in the
an
same
dich.
Ich
industry.
sagte,
So,
es gibt viel zu
coming
tun
back
nach
to
wie vor.
you,
Jemand, der schon so viel
Matthias,
getan hat, dass man
yes,
ihm heute
there's
tatsächlich
so
vielleicht
much
mehr
to
oder weniger
do,
als
there's
einzigen
still is a
Musiker
lot
vorstellen muss.
to
Der
do,
nächste
but
Gast,
there's
den wir auf der
someone
Bühne
else
begrüßen.
who has
Ich sag nur
already
Popcom
done
Viva,
a lot,
Europäische
Popcom
Kulturhauptstadt
Viva,
Ruhr, 2010
European
Aufsichtsratsvorsitzender
capital
Filmstiftung
of
NRW,
culture,
Beauftragter für kreative und digitale
Ruhr,
Ökonomie
he
in
is
BND.
Commissioner for
Und schließlich der
Digital and
Vorsitzende des
Creative
Aufsichtsrats der
Economy,
Initiative Musik, die
and
wiederum ein ganz
he
wichtiger
is
Partner
the
für uns
chair
ist.
of the
Professor
Music
Dieter
Initiative.
Gorni lehrt an der
Professor
Hochschule
Dieter
Düsseldorf, ist
Gorni,
Adolf
he teaches
Grimme-Preisträger
at the
und ein
Düsseldorf
immer wieder sehr
University.
wichtiger
He was
Gesprächspartner
awarded
für
the
uns.
Adolf Grimme
Als wäre das alles
Award,
nicht genug,
is
hat
a
der Mann auch
winner
noch was
of that
Vernünftiges
award.
studiert,
And
nämlich Kontrabass, Klavier und Komposition.
he
Du bist also
himself
auch eigentlich einer
studied
von uns. Dieter, bitte komm auf die
counterbass, piano, and composition. So he himself is a musician. You have the floor.
Danke, guten Tag. Ich fange dann gleich hinten an.
Thank you. So let me start at the end. I just spoke to the state minister, and I said to her, first of all, speed this debate up, and secondly, the political realm should moderate this debate. And why? 55 years ago, the Beatles came out with the Sgt. Pepper's Heart Club's Band, which was really a milestone in the history of pop, milestone in terms of how technology was used for creative work. Then, also as a composition, it was a multi-band, multi-track album, and all of a sudden, a new sound emerged that still shapes pop history today. And it was also a milestone in terms of distribution. It came out as a record, then 20 years later as a CD in a coordinated distribution system. Then came iTunes, and then the streaming services in 2015. And that is not really the beginning of the transformation discourse. But the interesting thing here was that the rights holders in 2015 made it available to Spotify, but Spotify was invented in 2006 already. So you see that for a long time, they didn't start using that new technology, which was wrong, I believe. But in any case, this timeline tells us how such a disruptive development is a challenge. Of course, new technologies create new media. That's going on all the time. And the new media put pressure on old media, not only in terms of demanding a transformation, but it's also a pressure on acquired economic systems. And what you need in an economy, that's a balance between technology and the distribution it enables and the creatives. Everybody needs to be interested in that balance. For if there is an imbalance, as we have now, it reduces the amount of creative work. And that's also then a problem for the users. The diversity, the cultural diversity that we have is only possible in a balanced system. And all of these are reasons why we need a very intensive discussion. Whenever there's a new technology, people are skeptical. Tessa Joel said 15 years ago, there's never been a technological media development in our entire history that would have been as fast and as profound as digitalization. And that's a problem when we talk about discourse. For speed and politics aren't always a match. However, it remains a fact that we need to speed up this process. And if we want to discuss this balance more intensively, we need more insights. That's what we do with the help of survey studies. The more we have of them, the better. This debate and these insights need to feed into a debate about that balance. The Federal Parliament has made available funds for dealing with the streaming problem, and that's the first time that cultural policy doesn't only set a framework, but seems to be concerned about the substance of the problem. Going back to what you said, Professor Leisner, I hope to see policymakers take the next step. And after all, we are moderating so many social processes at the moment, and we need it here too. For one thing is clear, times move fast in the world of rock and roll. We can't wait for years and just talk about balance while the diversity goes away, while everything becomes more one-sided and centralized. And we are also not helping and protecting those who make this whole system possible. Take Ed Sheeran, one of the most streamed artists. Oh no, let me start over. Let's say there was no Spotify. What would Ed Sheeran do? Well, he could make records, he will play concerts, he would reach his audience. But now let's say all the Ed Sheerans are gone. Then the technology doesn't help. In Germany, we are focusing so much on the pipelines. Yeah, we are a country of engineers, so we're interested in technology. But we don't realize that not helping the authors will make our cultural system poor. And that's why I call upon everyone to produce more insights, more studies, so that the political realm can then take over and moderate this debate.
Dieter talks schnell in the world of rock and roll. Stimmt's?
Yeah, that was fast in the world of rock and roll.
Ja.
Katharina, over to you.
Unglaublich viel an diesem ersten Teil dieser
Yes, so we
Überschrift war Digitalökonomie und Streaming.
Anna, I think at the end of our first session, we've already learned a great deal, and I've heard a lot of input from very competent speakers. And I think we've already seen the broad range of this topic. I loved what you said, Dieter, about rock and roll. But I think the challenge here would also to bring together Victor Hugo and rock and roll. We've decided to cancel the break and we'll just move on. And our next topic is the EU Copyright Directive, News from the Machine Room.
Gut, es gibt so viel zu sagen und so wenig Zeit, das merken wir gerade ein bisschen. Wir sind ein kleines bisschen gestresst.
There's so much to say. We don't have enough time. We're a little bit stressed out, but no one is going to notice, of course. Now, we're coming back to the next session. The State Minister for Culture had to go. She has other commitments, but we are looking at the regulatory market for culture and media, the engine room, where there seems to be some obstacles with regard to the machines running smoothly. They have to be lubricated again. There seems to be some difficulties regarding the gearbox and so on. And we will start off with Robert Staats. He is the managing director of VG Wort. He teaches at the Humboldt University. He is in the German Council of Culture and has the floor.
Sonst ist es in der Regel das rote Knöpfchen unten.
Turn on the microphone. It's a red dot on the bottom. Thank you very much. Yes, the microphone, unfortunately, we think does not seem to be working. We would like to report from the engine room when it comes to the implementation of the DSM directive. I need to practice a little bit how to change slides. I didn't find an image for an engine room, but this is rather a construction site. I hope this also reflects some sort of industrial activities, and I would like to speak about the implementation of the DSM directive, of course, from the point of view of collecting societies. So first of all, it's about collective licenses with an extended effect. It's about the service provision and also on publishing houses, and later on I'll speak about any other issues, which is an outlook for the current legislative term. Okay, general collective licenses with extended effect. We know these under the abbreviation of ECL. They have a different abbreviation now in the German and European transposition. It's actually a magic trick of the legislator, where the legislator provided that collecting societies can also grant corresponding rights of use in the work of an outsider. That means that if a collecting society concludes an agreement of the use of the repertoire according to this section, they can also grant corresponding rights of use in the work of external actors. How this is being done technically, we don't know, but they can do that. It's a very helpful magic trick which can be applied under certain circumstances. I'm not going to go into detail here, but let me just mention them. The collecting society has to be representative. There are duties of information. and the external actors are to be treated equally as the rights holders, and the use is restricted to the use internally, domestically, which is, of course, when we look at the digital spheres, an international atmosphere. This is rather tricky and difficult. But it's only about licensing here, the rights of use, but also collecting societies manage the remuneration claims of their authors. There are remuneration regulations for important cases, such as private copying, but with other legal remuneration claims, we are lacking respective provisions, and here it is up to the legislator to amend the provisions. That brings me to implementing this in practice. What do we have ever since that law has been transposed into a German legislation? We have the social media image license in the area of the Copyright Association of Fine Arts, Photography, Graphic Design, which looks at social media image licensing on social media platform. They also look at extended effects in the form of flat rate agreements with ARD and other public service providers such as ZDF. VG Word tries to do the same. We, the Society for the Exploitation of Authors' Rights, grant collective rights for discussion events and readings of excerpts of text that are to be discussed when several authors are being read and similar events. This is our first case of application of these collective rights with extended effect, and the music for VG Music Edition looks at the reproduction of sheet music and collective licenses. Here they are doing this under a collective licenses in the different areas: people's education institutions, schools, primary schools, secondary schools, churches, and so on, and other institutions where these collective licenses are being applied in the future. You can read about this on the Collection Society's websites. I'm pretty sure that you'll find it there, because the collecting societies are obliged to inform about these collective licensing procedures 3 months prior of these agreements taking effect. I think that's a good start into these forms of collective licenses, and I can well imagine more of these licenses being granted in the future in additional cases. Now, there is one case where we also have this type of granting of collective licenses with certain special regulations. This is special regulations for unavailable work. I don't want to go into the detail here. It's about these unavailable works which are no longer being in the market have to be digitalized and made available to the public through cultural institutions. That's also true for orphan and out-of-print work. This is not only a domestic German license being granted, but it can also be made available through the German Digital Library and Europeana on a European level. And there are statutory exceptions here which allow for the use of these unavailable works if no collecting society grants any rights, and then it doesn't manage any rights, and then there is no remuneration. That is a statutory exception without a claim to remuneration. So if collecting societies don't offer licenses here, then this statutory exception applies without any other exception or claim to remuneration. So the Society for the Exploitation of Authors of Literary Works, VG Word, and VG Image Association, they offer this type of unavailable writings that were last published 30 years ago. And here currently we are negotiating with the representatives of the German Federation and the Länder some sort of framework agreement. One problem when this is being put into practice is that the information on the unavailability of works has to be made available on the database of the EU IPO, which is the Institution for Intellectual Property Rights in Europe. This turns out to be a bottleneck because they are reacting rather sluggishly, and the collecting societies want to have a fully automated data transmission, because if in the framework of a mass digitization project they start using spreadsheets to send single titles to Alicante, this in Spain, where the institution has its headquarters, that's going to be way too complicated. So solutions need to be found here, but I think they're on a good way, and very soon VG Word and VG Build, the collecting societies, may be able to conclude an agreement with the federal level and the lender level. There's a lot of cooperation of collecting societies at international level as well. Now, my next topic is the regulation of upload platforms. We heard quite a lot about this already. This is a implementation of Section 17 of the respective law into German law. Of course, that was going to be tricky. Good legislation doesn't necessarily mean that you automatically have good results. However, it's very important that these new provisions stipulate a licensing obligation, meaning that the platforms have to obtain a license if these licenses are being managed by collecting societies. But that means that the right holders have to transfer the licenses to collecting societies. There is an example, GEMA in the music industry and VG Bild Kunst with their social media image license. With other collecting societies, that's more difficult. Professor Leistner has pointed that out. It's difficult to manage the exclusivity rights for a film on behalf of the collecting societies, because usually these rights are being granted to the producers. Therefore, it is important that apart from the obligation to obtain these licenses, there are also statutory remuneration claims, such as, for instance, the direct remuneration claim. That is going to be dealt with in following presentations. However, this direct remuneration claim exists between the author and the platform, but has to be managed by a collecting society, presupposes that the use of the platform has been permitted with a contract between a producer, a publisher, etc. If such an agreement with the author, the user and the platform does not exist, the direct remuneration claim would be null and void. That's an essential point, and therefore it is very important that there are additional remuneration claims for legal use, pastiche, caricature, parodies. Pastiche, you know the situation about pastiche, what is it really is. There have been recent rulings, and there seems to be a lot of room for interpretation regarding what really entails pastiche. We'll take this to higher instances and see whether this ruling is going to be confirmed or not. This type of use is subject to a remuneration claim that has to be enforced by the collecting society, and the same is true for presumably permitted uses. How is this being implemented into practice now? Thank you. Now, with licenses, I've already mentioned that GEMA, VG Bild Kunst, offer respective licenses. Other than that, I'm not sure whether there are other collecting societies who offer the same type of collective licensing. The colleagues could perhaps later take the floor and let us know when it comes to parody, pastiche, the statutory
Ansprüche, die gesetzlichen
or
Vergütungsansprüche
legally
für die
permitted
Urheberinnen und
users.
Urheber, aber
Here
auch für die
there
Produzenten
is
der
a
Werke.
claim both for
Und hier
authors
wird
and
eine
the
Rechtebündelung
producers of the
stattfinden,
works, and
im
here,
Rahmen der
let's say,
zum
a
Bereich der
bundling
Referate
of
der Silos, wo
rights
diese
will take place
Ansprüche
in the
gemeinsam durchgesetzt werden
central
sollen. Das
office
gilt auch
for
in gewissem Umfang für
private
den
reproduction.
Direktvergütungsanspruch.
That is
Und
true to a
wir
certain
sind da jetzt
extent
in den
also for the
Vorbereitungen
direct
auch schon
remuneration claim.
relativ
We are
weit. Es
currently
mussten auch alle
preparing this.
Verwertungsgesellschaften erstmal sich die Rechte überhaupt
We
in den
are
Wahrnehmungsverträgen
progressing
abtreten lassen
quite
und
well.
dergleichen mehr. Und hoffen
In a
jetzt,
first
dass
step, the
demnächst auch
collecting
Verhandlungen
societies
mit
had
den
to obtain these
Plattformen
rights. Rights had to be
aufgenommen
granted
werden
to them,
können.
and now we're expecting negotiations to start pretty soon with the
Beteiligungsanspruch der
platforms.
Verlage. Manche von Ihnen werden sich vielleicht
What
erinnern, wir haben
about
das
the
auch
participation
hier,
of
durchaus,
publishers and
intensiv
publishing
diskutiert, dieses
houses?
Thema.
We've
Artikel 16
discussed
der
this
ESM-Richtlinie
intensively,
umgesetzt im
Section
VGB und im
16,
Urheberrechtsgesetz.
which is
Es gibt
then
einen
also being
Beteiligungsanspruch der Verlage,
transposed
der
into
sich auf die
German
gesetzlichen
law.
Vergütungsansprüche
There
bezieht und eine
is an article
Mindestbeteiligung der
relating
Urheberinnen
to
und Urheber
publishers
vorsieht von
and
2/3, wenn
the
nicht etwas anderes
legal
innerhalb der
remuneration
Verwertungsgesellschaften
claim,
vereinbart
which has to
ist.
do
Und hier
with
ist die
a
Umsetzung
minimum
wie folgt.
participation of authors,
betraf
and the
vor allen Dingen die
transposition
VG Word, auch
is
noch andere
as follows.
Verwertungsgesellschaften,
It
aber
was
die
mainly
VG Word in ganz
VG
besonderer
Word
Weise. Hier ist es
that
gelungen,
was
den
affected,
Wahrnehmungsvertrag
and
und auch den
here
Verteilungsplan
they
zu ändern,
managed to
erfreulicherweise.
amend
War ja
both the
keine
administration
Selbstverständlichkeit, aber das ist
agreement
gelungen
and the
Ende
distribution
2021
plan.
und wir
That
konnten daraufhin die Ausschüttungen auf der Grundlage
was
dieser
not
neuen
taken for
Regelungen
granted, but we
vorbereiten
were
und haben
able
jetzt
to
Ende
manage,
Oktober
and now the
2022 die
first
erste Ausschüttung
distributions
der
to
gemeinsamen
authors
Urheber-
and
und Verlage
publishers
vornehmen
will
können,
take place
was,
at the
wenn
end,
ich das an
took
dieser Stelle
place,
sagen
excuse
darf,
me, at the end
natürlich
of
technisch und
October.
administrativ
Of
keine
course,
ganz kleine Sache war, weil
technically and
das
administratively
vorige System praktisch
speaking,
neu
that
umgestellt
wasn't
werden
easy
musste
at
und
all
das
because the
unter ganz
previous
erheblichem
system had to
Zeitdruck.
be
Also wir sind
adapted,
wieder dabei, jetzt
and
von
we were
Urheber-
under a
und
lot
Verlage
of time
ausschütten zu
pressure,
können
but
auf der
now we
Grundlage
are once
der
again
neuen
distributing to
Regelung.
both authors and publishers under this new
Jetzt kommt
regulation.
mein sonstiges, nur
Okay,
ganz
now
kurz.
this is my
Cloud-Vergütung.
slide. Any other business?
Herr Leistner hat es schon angesprochen.
Cloud
und,
remuneration,
erkundige
Mr.
also, er hat gesagt, wir haben
Leistner,
da
Professor
Bedarf,
Leistner
es muss
already mentioned
klargestellt
that.
werden,
There is a
dass für
clear need. We need to
Cloud-Vertriebwerke eine
provide
Vergütung zu
clarity
zahlen ist.
that
Das
for
sehen wir
cloud
ganz genauso und
reproduction,
das ist ein sehr
there
wichtiges
must
Thema
be a
und ich meine auch schon in
remuneration
der laufenden
claim. We
Legislaturperiode.
completely agree with you, and that should happen during the current legislative term and not later, and we shouldn't wait for a huge expert opinion being prepared now. We should try to be faster here. And of course, this is a very important and crucial issue which has to be looked at on the basis of current applicable law, but we think that even current legislation provides for that remuneration claim. However, we think that legislators should clarify that position once again. So they should work on both levels. If that is not happening, then remuneration will decrease. Hard disks are no longer as significant as they used to be. Cloud storage spaces will be more and more important in the future, and should there not be any remuneration, it will be the authors who will suffer then. Then my last item of the text sector. In our copyright in Germany, and we've been talking copyright law in Germany, we still have a completely outdated for operator remuneration. This is for reproduction in certain institutions, universities, libraries, or other educational institutions. And the wording is actually from 1985, reproduction with copying machines or similar procedures. And of course, that no longer applies to the digital world. And it goes without saying that we do a lot of digital reproduction nowadays, and that is not subject to a remuneration claim. And even the upper house of parliament in Germany, the Bundesrat, has supported a legislative initiative here, which in the end was not put into practice, but I just wanted to highlight the importance of this aspect again. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Staats, für die Orientierung in diesem Dschungel von Vorschriften und von Bedürfnissen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. We move on to a different topic, a different speaker. And this is a field very important for our democracy. Thilo is standing up, but it's actually David's turn.
Sorry. Also, für unser Weltwissen, unsere Identität und unsere
As I said, this is an area very important for our democracy, and here I'm talking about our journalists. Many of them are members in the German Journalists Association, their professional association, and also their trade union body. They are also under quite a lot of pressure, and they are represented here by their legal expert, David Nejar. We've known each other for a long time, but I think it's the first time he's here at our conference. He'll be talking about press publishers' ancillary copyrights.
Lieber Matthias, das tue ich sehr gerne. Also wir haben ja vorhin gehört, die Initiative Urheberrecht ist
Thank you.
hier in der Akademie.
We've heard that the Initiative Urheberrecht has been a permanent guest here, a regular guest here at the Academy of Arts. And of course, my topic has been represented here many times.
Things move fast in the world of rock and roll.
Somebody said things move fast in the world of rock and roll. Well, that is not actually the case when it comes to press publishers' ancillary copyright protection.
Kann ein schönes Kind bei herauskommen. Im Einzelnen, ich will ganz knapp.
Instead, it's a very long and cumbersome process. But let me sketch out the legal framework so we're all on the same page. And let's move on to current events. But let me begin with the bad news. As of now, no payments have yet been made to the authors based on revenues generated by press publisher ancillary copyright. The fact is that there hasn't been any revenue, but hopefully that's going to improve. Now, if you feel this is like a déjà vu, as a matter of fact, that is the second time in Germany that we tried to create press publisher ancillary copyright legislation. In the first case, it failed because the notification did not take place, but now we're working on the second attempt. Parts of press products are made available and reproduced by platforms, for example, and this is what we're talking about concerning press publishers' ancillary copyrights. Now, this is a very simplified explanation. Let's say news aggregators like Google use content from press publishers. We want them to pay for that. The question is, in what cases would they have to pay? The law says very short excerpts from a press publication are not subject to these protective rights. What exactly that means and what does short mean will probably at some point in the future be decided by the courts, because we haven't really made any progress in that discussion. And you might be wondering, what about the authors? How are they affected by this if we're really talking about the rights of the press publishers? The authors have participation rights based on Section 87 of the relevant law. It says that the authors should obtain at least 1/3 of the revenue from press publisher ancillary copyright arrangements. And this is really important for the current situation. This is a right, an entitlement of the press publishers, and the authors only, but at least, have a right to a part of the revenue generated here. At the same time, the authors are not, let's say, stakeholders. We are basically observers, and we are trying to make the journalists' views heard, but we are not a contractual partner to this. How would that participation work in detail? The journalists have that right to financial participation, But it's also subject to collection societies. There's a one-stop shop, which is VG Word. VG Word will exercise these rights on behalf of the authors. That means many administrative steps need to be taken. From what I heard, VG Word will soon publish a key for the distribution of revenue for the time when there is to be revenue, on how the money is going to be shared with the authors. And that takes me to my main message, the main topic today. How much will be paid? When will it be paid? Will there be any payments at all? And here we need to look back on the past. When it all started out, there was a difficult problem because Google said, now, dear rights holders, dear publishers, we believe your rights are so important that we don't want to violate them. And therefore, all your content will be eliminated from our search unless you allow us to use them free of charge. I hope you notice how ironic I am here. This was simple extortion, because if you don't show up on Google searches, you don't exist. Now, the legislator was quite clever in responding to this. It concerns Section 19a of the antitrust legislation. And it says, very simply speaking, that a market-dominating company like Google is not allowed to extort others in this way. And I mean, Google, of course, fought very hard against this. So, this is why the second attempt won't face the same problems as the first. But now there's a new challenge.
Divide and conquer is ein bisschen.
And that concerns divide and conquer, which seems to be Google's approach. In the world of publishing, not everybody is happy that there will be new legislation in this field.
Ja, dann will ich es umso lieber haben.
Which goes to say that they don't all want to share with the journalists. And what happens now is that Google tries to speak to all of the publishers individually and tries to engage in bilateral contracts. Of course, all of these contracts are confidential and not in the public sphere, and that makes it very difficult to know who's already signed away their ancillary copyrights to Google, and it's also very hard to know what revenue would result from this. Because it's not as if we would see like this is a payment for a service A or something else for service B. No, there's not a very dangerous incentive regime, which would mean that some publishing houses get together with Google against the authors, because based on the legislation, they would have to share with the authors, and they might try to circumvent that. Of course, that would be very risky, and it might be legally challenged. And this is where the collection societies come in. We've realized that we are stronger when we act together, and VG Corinth and VG Word can do both, distribute revenue to the authors and also speak to the publishers. And this is the most important part of this system. For at the moment, it's still very unclear what would be an appropriate price for publishers' ancillary copyright compensation. It's probably not nothing, as Google likes to say. The political discussion was very controversial. And some people came up with imaginary numbers that didn't seem very realistic. There will soon be a meeting of the German press publishers. And the fear is that if they can at least realize the smallest part of what they want to achieve, they'll take it instead of waiting for higher revenues. Thank you, David. Thank you for this very interesting explanation and the interesting outlook. Again, we are running late. We'll delay our lunch break. And before we break for lunch, we'll hear Thilo Gerlach as the legal expert of Unisono, the German Association of Orchestras. And he'll focus on direct remuneration claims. We'll take a few minutes for a discussion and then have lunch.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich mache es ganz schnell. Ich bedanke mich bei allen für die Einladung.
I want to thank all of you for having invited me. Unisono, you heard a bit about our association of orchestra musicians. We heard already a bit about the direct remuneration claim for streaming offers for authors and performing arts. Let me try to shed some light on this. It's a flanking claim which is based on the transfer and granting of rights, and in Germany it's related to the user upload platform, which has to do with the respective law in Germany.
Entsprechenden Regelung in Paragraph 4 Absatz 3
in the Copyright Service Provider Act, and is regulated in Section 4, in Article 4, Section 3 of the Copyright Service Provider Act. Some were rather surprised because there was no expressive instruction in the directive to have a direct remuneration claim or to provide for such a direct remuneration claim. However, Recital 75 states, as authors and performers usually have the weaker bargaining position in the licensing or transfer of their rights, and I'd like to stop the quote here because I'd like to highlight that they have the weaker bargaining position. Now, the bargaining as such has been acknowledged by the legislator and a certain bargaining position, and that led to an entire chapter, Chapter 3, Fair Remuneration and Collective Management Contracts with Authors and Performers. That is the title of this chapter. It mainly looks at rules which are pretty similar to the copyright contract law of Germany, which had already existed back then. There, Article 18 states that there must be a principle of fair and equitable remuneration, and I would like to read out that quote. Member states shall ensure that authors and performers who conclude a licensing or transfer agreement
das Recht auf eine angemessene und verhältnismäßige Vergütung haben.
Have the right or are entitled to fair and equitable remuneration. Section 2 states, when transposing the principle laid down into national law, member states are free to have recourse to different mechanisms and shall take into account the principle of freedom of contract and the fair balance of rights and interests. The German official translation is a bit weird. However, I think the message is quite clear. Now, as I said before, it's a flanking claim for direct remuneration and is based on the provisions that we find in the directive itself. However, this did not fall from the sky. There is Silke von Lewinsky, one of the, let's say, mothers of copyright, and she is partly responsible for the model that was also taken up in the leasing and lending directive and provides respective provisions there and has led to these remuneration claims, well, ultimately the direct remuneration claims vis-à-vis video leasing stores, which then did pay remunerations to these creatives and by law still have to do that, but these video shops and stores no longer exist. Therefore, instead, these works are being enjoyed through online platforms. So this was the model, weaker bargaining positions, therefore as a flanking measure, direct remuneration claim. Now, when we look at cable retransmission, we didn't find the provision that I want to mention right now there, but it did formulate a claim in the context of cable retransmission. And all of this was followed by the InfoSoc directive on the Information Society of 2001, where other colleagues in Europe thought it would be a great idea to also introduce that claim for other contexts and other than in the German law, not only for upload platforms, but also for commercial platforms such as YouTube or Spotify. Professor Leistner, Matthias, you said that this is still missing in German legislation. Spain has managed to do so when transposing the directive into their national law without the directive making a specific reference to that. Now, the next thing was the transposition of the DSM directive. Germany limited this to user upload platforms. We know about that. And now in July, Belgium has introduced that claim not only for user upload platforms, which are the subject of regulation here, but also for commercial providers. Now, this model seems to become more widespread and more widely accepted. We could also mention Switzerland here, but this is restricted to audiovisual use, so that seems to be a special case. So all that remains to be hoped for, all that remains to be done is to hope that this model will become the benchmark also for those countries who have not yet transposed the DSM directive into national law. The deadline has already passed. There is a lot of pressure, and we are pretty sure quite a few states will just transpose this word by word, one-to-one, if you like. Now, when it comes to the creative minds and creators of culture and arts, this would be a blessing to them. Not all of the participants in the market do agree this. I think we have two constitutional lawsuits being pending, objecting against the introduction of this additional flanking provision. So what may make us more confident is the EU Commission's position itself, because they consider the model compatible with the directive. So in July 2022, the EU Commissioner explicitly confirmed upon request that Article 18 can be implemented in the form of an indispensable remuneration entitlement. So much from me. Thank you.
Ja, lieber Thilo, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you, Thilo.
Das waren jetzt wirklich dicke Bretter, die wir heute Morgen gebohrt haben. Und
Wow, this was a lot of material, highly complex material. Plus, we had to go very fast. Perhaps we can have a short discussion. We also have some online questions. And in the very best case, this might help to slow this down a little bit.
Sehr schön, das habe ich bei uns noch selten so gehört. Und wir haben ja vorher auch schon gehört, das ist ja gar nicht alles so schlecht.
Now, thanks for also arguing that should we going for the bird in the hand instead of waiting for two in the bush.
Für viele Erwägungen gewesen, explizit auch auf europäischer Ebene. Damit steht so ein bisschen auch die Frage im Raum, wie kann es
And the question here is, why is it still so difficult to have to explain all of these things? Why did we need 20 years of digitalization to understand that it's not a supplier market anymore? It's not a market that is governed by the authors, but instead a very asymmetrical market has developed. And actually a market that is also highly dysfunctional, as Mickey has said. Here is the first question that was submitted online. Florian Sonntag has asked a number of questions. He's a photographer. And he's asking something that we've already heard about. The question is, will collective instruments really help photographers, because they won't be able to make any individual decisions anymore?
Wie gehen wir damit um? Ich möchte keine Antwort.
How do we deal with that dilemma? I'm not the one to answer that question, but I think there are plenty of experts who might want to comment.
Sich dazu zu äußern. Jetzt haben wir natürlich die Bildkunst, aber Herr Staats, gerne.
Mr. Staats.
Das Mikrofon hier am Rand, wenn Sie sich das nehmen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich kann natürlich nicht für die VG Bildkunst an der Stelle sprechen, aber
This is really my personal opinion, and from the legal point of view, if an author doesn't want a license to be used through a collecting society, then you don't have to do that. There is the possibility of opt-out, especially for collective licenses. You can file your objection, and then it's not going to happen. The collection society will not exercise these rights, and it's up to the individual author to do that. However, there is a paradigm shift, isn't there? Because it used to be an opt-in type of legislation, while that approach you describe would be an opt-out. To me, that is very much a political question to be debated, and I really wanted to raise it here. And I hope Florian won't be upset that we don't have the perfect answer here. Any other questions from this room?
Reaktionen aufeinander.
Fragen. Wo kann
Any questions? Anything where we would like to dig deeper?
Anscheinend nicht. Dann können wir ja überlegen, ob wir entweder früher essen
Okay,
oder ob wir
so we
die
might
selber
actually
fragen könnten. Ich denke,
either have lunch now or we ask our own questions.
in die Themen Urhebervertragsrecht und E-Landing gehen.
This afternoon we'll be talking about contract law and e-lending. And here we've already heard about the development. We've heard that not everything is working perfectly yet.
Gesamtsituation nochmal neu aufstellt, nämlich mit Beginn der Corona-Pandemie, das Brennglas, von dem so viel die Rede war, das nämlich endlich.
But I think we can't deny that the COVID pandemic has been a magnifying glass concerning the problems that exist in our market. It has shown how little resilience we have. And for the first time now, people seem to understand that we need standards that people can't circumvent.
Zuwendungsempfänger öffentlicher Mittel adressiert. Das macht Verdi so. Das wird bei den Kulturministern
And this has been one reason why, for example, Verdi and others have been making appeals to institutions that receive federal grants. Is that really a way of achieving fairer remuneration, so that institutions that receive public money can be obligated to pay more than the industry standard? What do you think about this question?
Vicky.
Mikro kommt.
Also ich nehme jetzt mal die extreme Position ein
Now let me take an extreme position.
Freiberuflichen Musikers.
The position of a freelance musician, the rock and roller.
Hintergrund, Herr Professor Leisner, da hätte ich gerne auch noch was zu gesagt.
And Mr. Leisner, actually also have a comment on your presentation.
Wogegen möchte eine AI denn protestieren, was Sie eben angesprochen haben? Übrigens sehr gut, ich finde, das Thema sollten wir vertiefen und vielleicht im nächsten Jahr in die...
The interesting thing would also how an AI would actually speak up for its own rights.
Wir haben nämlich angefangen, oder meine Generation, aber auch junge Leute fangen an,
you know, my generation, but also young people want to protest. They don't want to actually sign a work contract. They want to be wild and free. But the problem is, how can we still make sure that people get remunerated? And the only working system here seems to be the system of collection societies. Because this is how the market works. If there is major use, the artist gets more. If not many people use the work, the compensation will be low. I can imagine that many of my colleagues enter into a market that is so highly regulated that they don't know how to work with that. With my West German background, I produced the band Silly, Bataillon d'Amour. And we learned that in the GDR, the system was much more certain. The bands had to perform regularly, they were categorized. And this is not what people want, what the artists want.
Das wäre spannend. Hat jemand noch eine andere?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution.
So, Monika Pfundmeier, Autorin.
Ja, vielen Dank, Miki.
Monika Pfundmeier.
Ist es dann wirklich angemessen, wenn es wieder nur
let me ask a different question. Is the payment appropriate if it's just about one piece of work? I talked about the automotive company and that people in such a company would never work the way artists work and get paid in the same way. To me, that would mean if somebody works in a corporate group in human rights, that person is not the one who puts together a car, but still that person is important for the overall company and for the overall, let's say, quality of the product. And just like it would be nice to get paid for our work as an author, it needs to be a bonus and add on. I mean, after all, how much inspiration do we take from works that are not widely visible? And that work, too, happens and it is not seen. If I am not sure I can pay my rent, or I need to go shopping, or I spend my time working, then this is not a choice I should have to make.
Direkt hinter dir Viktor Struppler. Danke, Monika.
Ich fände eigentlich gar nicht schlecht, wenn es so ein paar Leuchttürme gäbe, an denen man sich orientieren
I think I'd be quite happy to have some lighthouses that you could use for orientation. I mean, the question is, what is appropriate remuneration?
in den einzelnen Bereichen wahrscheinlich sehr schwierig.
And it would be very interesting to learn what appropriate means here. And, you know, if you had something like a model or a lighthouse, I think that would be a very good orientation. Yeah, but perhaps there is somebody here listening to the event who's got that overview of what would be appropriate, or who's got an idea how this whole topic could be moderated also politically. You know, these are very interesting times, while there are a lot of concerns and many developments that we could not have foreseen 3 years ago. I think political opinions have really changed, which is why I think it's a good moment now to take action. Okay, now we're going to have a break now at 3:35. That is also when the live stream will be interrupted. I've been so impressed by all the material that was presented here this morning, but I think we all deserve a break now.
Ich würde nur gerne ergänzen, dass nochmal ganz klar wurde, auch in den letzten Minuten verschiedene Branchen, verschiedene
I think it has become clear in the last few minutes there are different industries, different models. Some are more collective, some less. Some have more experience, some less experience. But you know, the wonderful thing about our conferences is that there is so much to learn and so much to share. We continue at 2:15.
In Ordnung. Vielen Dank und bis 14:15 Uhr.
Thank you. See you then.
Danke.
Willkommen zurück zur 10.
Hello, welcome back to our 10th conference on authors' rights here at the Academy of Arts in Berlin. Running late again, and we will try to catch up to make sure that you can all leave on time. Nevertheless, just let me make this brief remark. All the slides will be available on the website www.urheber.info. And if you have questions, just have a look at the slides again and get in touch with us. Next topic is copyright contract law. And one of the speakers unfortunately had to cancel on short notice, so it's up to me to make an introduction. COVID, war, energy costs, all of this is an increasing strain on our societies and our populations, but it is a strain which may be even bigger on authors and copyright holders. Now, you think I'm speaking about 2022? Yes and no, because we had the same worries around 2000, around the years 2000, where we did have a copyright, but we were not able to either reliably determine remunerations or to implement them. And if you weren't able to find out who was owing this remuneration, you would not get paid anything. And they were not in an appropriate relation to what the license holders would earn. Now, then the EU obliged member states to make improvements, and they determined that the root cause was to be found in the relationship between license holders and license grantors. So they were trying to establish a level playing field, as we've constantly asked for also in the DSM directive. Then the legislator changed Article 32. It was amended by Article 32A, what we called copyright contract law, but there's no such law as a matter of fact. Now, Article 36 no longer existed, but we had a bestseller article, and now it was about granting not only user usage rights, but also participation in the results of the profit proceeds generated of the usage in the course of time as of the granting of license, but it was not able, we were not able to implement it because there were issues such as, for instance, whether such an enterprise holding the license would be able to offer high performance here. Article 32a still stands in a misrelation between claim and remuneration. We already heard about joint remuneration rules. They are to define appropriateness in 2016, 2017. Then the copyright contract law was amended. In 2021, directive was transposed into a national law, making it a binding law. And now, today, we are here and we want to find out whether this copyright contract law, after 20 years, really has prevailed and proven itself successful. Now, in 2002, one root cause for the amendment of the legislation was the disastrous remuneration situation, if you like, of literary translators, which led to a lot of grievances, complaints, and also some lawsuits. And then in 2004, the legislator looked at this again, also with regard to initial remuneration. So I want to talk to those who back then filed the suits, who were filing their objections and really wanted to bring about change. Marika Heimburger and Viktor Struppler are now asked to stand up and to come up on stage. The VDU is the Association of Literary Translators, and at the same time, it is the department, if you like, of translators in the respective chapter of Verdi, the Services Union. And it is also offering a very, very entertaining social media work. Then Marike Heimburger, she's a literary translator who has translated more than 60 novels and also filed several lawsuits up to the very constitutional court. Viktor Struppler is a lawyer by training, and his law firm, as he is an expert on copyright and media law, also helped with filing these different lawsuits. And in addition, Viktor Struppler and Marike Heimburger were very vital in preparing this interview. So thank you very much for that.
Übersetzerin sein. Wie geht das?
Being a translator, how does that work? What does that mean? When do you find out about a novel that you are to translate? How much money do you earn and how happy does that make you?
Ich muss das ja abkürzen. Ich muss jetzt davon ausgehen, dass ich schon etabliert bin im Beruf.
Let's just assume that I've already become established in that occupation. Otherwise, this would be too long to be explained. So I have contacts to publishing houses, to proofreaders. So one of the proofreaders who was very happy with my latest work contacts me again and would ask for the translation of a novel, in my case from the Danish or English language, to a certain deadline. And they may also even offer a fee per page. So we speak about the deadline, the volume, whether, you know, this text is appropriate for me or not. Otherwise, she wouldn't offer that. And then also a certain payment per page. Now, these processes in the past 20 years have really sped up considerably. I can't always read through the entire draft, but I can start reading and get a feeling on whether this text and myself fit together. So before you accept this remunerated job, you've done some previous work to check the text and see whether it's appropriate for you. Well, ideally, of course, the publisher would give me the time to read through the entire manuscript. I'm a very thorough and therefore rather slow reader, so that would take me at least 9 hours. And if there there is no conclusion of contract. Well, these 9 hours were in vain, and I would not have received any remuneration for that. Now, there are other criteria and parameters to be borne in mind. Is it a paperback or a hardcover? Sometimes they're published in a chronological line. Now, the fee that you just mentioned, from a terminology point of view, is a fee being paid for a standard page. So to help you familiarize with the translation business, per year we have 9,000 translations into German. 6,500 are being made by translators from your association, and you do an average of 4 to 5 novels per year, unless you're the chair of that association. Yes, I am, and that's a voluntary job, by the way. You don't get paid for that. How can this become a sustainable business model? How do you earn your money, and well, which pay do you really get? Well, you can only earn enough if you work 50 to 60 hours a week. Yeah, but that presupposes that you will get a certain remuneration. Later on, we can speak about the ratio between work and payment. Well, a standard page, that is a certain pattern really, which has been established quite long ago. It's 30 lines with 60 characters or letters, including space letters, and we historically stick to that standard page. So, because to us it provides a good basis for calculation. However, this standard page does not give any indication on how difficult a text is going to be. Of course, it's difficult to translate texts in the first place, but there are texts which may be more tricky than others. And if I have a less complicated text and I ask for a certain fee per page, and I don't want to speak about less than 20 euro per page. So let's say I get 20 euros per page, and next time I'm offered the same amount, but the text is much more difficult, and I want to re-bargain or renegotiate, they will not pay more than 23 euros. So your preparatory work is something you're not being remunerated for. You get 20 to 23 euros per standard page, and if I understand the title of our interview correctly, this was established 20 years ago and has been that ever since. Yeah, but now we get even less than 20 euros. And inflation, that has always existed, by the way, has never been taken into account. Also, my expertise, my professional experience, the complexity of the text, and my business calculations and my business models are not being paid attention to. There is a price corridor that is being presented by the publishers, and we don't have any real negotiations. In other industries, you know, if the matter is urgent, they would pay an additional 50%. We can be happy with 20%. So you're saying there are no real negotiations, meaning that you don't have any power of designing such a contract, right? Yes, that's true.
And now, since 2002, there's been a right to participation in the revenue. So how does that work? Is there a standard everybody complies with? Does that change your income situation? There's no standard that would always be complied with, but yes, there's been a change. There are the large players, there are very small publishers. The large publishers with their legal departments will normally try to interpret the different court rulings to their favor. And of course, we have competing economic interests. But tell me, do you have a right to participation? Yes. In principle, yes. I have an entitlement to participate in the exploitation of my work. I am the author of the German text. I'm, of course, not the intellectual owner of the original text, but I am the author of the German translation. And as of, well, let's say, there always has to be remuneration. However, the Federal Court of Justice has introduced let's say, exception here, and that means starting from the 5,000th copy, the translators get 0.8% of a hardcover from the sales price. That's like 10 cents. Okay, you translated a non-fiction book. It was on the Spiegel bestseller list for 15 weeks. Can you tell us when and how you participated in the revenues? Yeah, the book had 260 pages. I had 21 euros per standard page. Sorry, I had all the figures written down here.
Also in Seitenhonorar waren das 5.634.
That meant my page-based fee was 4,635 euros. And the hardcover books sold quite well, and that means I think it was on number 20 on the bestseller list. 13,000 copies were sold.
Dafür habe ich rund
and I received roughly 2,000 euros as shared revenue. Now it's come out as a paperback, and for 5 weeks now it's been among the top 15 on the bestseller list. Now my editor told me that we're now about to make it to the 10,000 limit. So let's say 10,000 are sold, I would get roughly 841 euros. Okay, thank you. I think that gives us an idea. So you have a fee, a translation fee per standard page, then you have a right to participate in the revenue generated from sales. That varies whether it's a paperback or hardcover.
Dann würde ich jetzt gerne Victor.
And that participation only starts once a certain number of copies are sold. Now let me include your colleague here. Perhaps you can explain how this whole system developed historically, and then we should also be discussing why we complain that nothing has changed in 20 years. May I say one more thing? I should say that this book I mentioned was an exception. Like, I had a good standard page fee, and I had high participation. Yes, of course, and as you said, you're an established translator, and if you're a newcomer, you might find it much more difficult. But we're also going to discuss that in a minute. You know, I find this really interesting because looking at Marike, you see how professional the translators are. We are here and talk about fair remuneration, and the first thing Marike would tell us is that she needs to check the script and see whether she's actually the right person to do the job. And this is what happens very often. The authors focus on what they do, and they don't focus on reading the fine print in a contract. In the 1990s, we already had some of these bestseller cases. And we saw that publishing houses tried to avoid their obligations, but the courts told them that in the case of a bestseller, they would have to pay extra. That means a certain sharing in the revenue was already a rule, but it hardly ever happened. I think it started with 100,000 copies. But the thing is, you know, there was a lot of ignorance about this whole topic when it started out. And we need to keep in mind that about half of the books sell more than 5,000 copies. That means 50% of the translators never share in the revenue because not enough copies are sold. But still, the authors have rights that are being taken over by the publishers, and there should be remuneration for that. But it is very difficult, especially with commissioned work, to know who pays for what, who wants to have what service. If Marike says first she reads the script to know whether she's the right translator, then that's her creative decision. The publisher only wants to have the rights and doesn't care about these details. And that means there are very much conflicting interests and conflicting worlds here, which also makes it difficult for the courts. Okay, perhaps you can tell us or should tell us why you brought legal charges in several cases. I think there were 12 of them. Yes, exactly, and 5 made it to the Federal Court of Justice. In 2002, the legislator came up with joint remuneration rules that work quite well for the authors, but not for all of the industries. It did not work for the translators for various reasons. But the moment a law is adopted, a statute of limitations starts. So the law was made in 2002. It was also retroactive to some extent. And in some cases, you would have had to sue in a certain period because of the limitations. The publishers accepted that there would be lawsuits, and they didn't mind because they thought it would clarify the legal situation. And thinking back to the lawsuits, most of them were about these statute of limitations issues. And then some authors were also concerned to lose their clients if they brought charges. Well, that's, of course, still a concern today. As a consequence, those who then decided to sue were already in conflict with the publishing houses. And that, of course, didn't help in finding a compromise. As we said this morning, politics needs to mediate and needs to support the process. That's what we would have needed. Now let me ask you one more question. What happened to you when you did bring charges? Were you blacklisted?
Ich habe nie meinen Namen auf einer solchen Liste gesehen.
I never saw my name on a physical list. But after I had brought charges, 15 years passed since I received a request from that publishing group again. Okay, so basically you're saying blacklisting doesn't need to be on paper. Yes, and actually when they contacted me again, they offered me less than they'd offered me 20 years ago. You know, I think it's very important to mention the blacklisting, but I've also seen cases where authors sued and were not blacklisted. So I don't just want to blame the publishing houses. It's also part of the truth that, you know, this whole problem cuts both ways. Of course, and bringing charges is not the first thing that you do. First, you try to negotiate. And in the very best case, you already settle all of these questions when you negotiate your contract. The real question is probably who's got the power to negotiate these contracts. My concluding question to you is, what can be done to improve this situation? You said it should start with the contract. Now, there are new contracts for translators. They set framework conditions, but they don't necessarily predetermine the remuneration. And then sometimes there are company-specific contracts developed by their legal departments, and they sometimes derive drastically from standard contracts. And the problem is you will always find someone to translate an English text, which makes it seem that people are entirely replaceable. Many people are confronted with contracts that they can't change. The fees very often are non-negotiable. And this is the problem that needs to be solved.
One aspect that we haven't mentioned yet, but will be mentioned during our e-lending discussion, is the library royalties. You have examples that your fees or royalties are much lower than that of colleagues in Denmark. Perhaps you could just quickly touch upon this. And then also promotion or subsidies. Is that really a solution for a private sector market? Well, of course, we're grateful for any grants or support that we get. Neustadt Kulturmittel is offering scholarships at the moment, but a scholarship is nothing that I can really factor in when I calculate my business plan. And before I was granted a scholarship, I had submitted 10 applications, which is 2 to 3 working days for each application. These are working scholarships where you get money. There are other scholarships which may not fit to people with kids and a family. So that's a nice to have, but it's nothing we can really calculate on and with. Yeah, the question I have is whether it makes sense to convince policymakers to invest in a private business market. Does it make sense if you get money from the state? Does that help your remuneration questions because that money does not come from the private sector? Victor, you have the final remarks, your final plea, if you like. Well, there's also the way of promotion which can be applied through publishers. So this can be done using certain criteria, so you can actually offer grants and support to publishers, which is based on certain preconditions such as remuneration of translators in this very case. We have to make copyright holders and authors visible again, and this after 20 years of the copyright contract rights or laws, and perhaps that will lead to a change. Yes, thank you very much. Before the break, we were speaking about public funds and about best practice remunerations, and you were able to come full circle and close the link to this previous discussion. Thank you very much. You may now take your seats again. Thanks for your very valuable contribution. And there is another colleague that I would like to connect to through the video, because we know that the situations between Hamburg and Berlin, because there has been a railway accident, are pretty terrible. And in addition to the railway accident, we now are having snow in Germany, and therefore Anselm wasn't able to make it to Berlin. You are my friend. This is, of course, something which is subject to our privacy considerations, but you are also a musician, a composer. You're composing film music for TV productions and movie productions, and you're also politically active in the board of the Composers Club, and currently also with EXA, the European Association of Composers. Okay, I think I should slow down a bit.
Letzte Woche gerade, Ansel, magst du uns was darüber erzählen, denn es hat auch was mit dem Urhebervertragsrecht.
What did you do last week in Brussels? I think this has also something to do with copyright contract law.
Und tatsächlich vorletzte Woche sind wir in Brüssel gewesen.
We've been in Brussels last week, and we, on behalf of EXA, spoke with the European Commission and also Sabine Verheyen from the Parliament. And the main topic is, what about the implementation of the Copyright Directive or its transposition into national law, and also with regard to the future, which practices of circumvention do exist. So we were luckily able to establish a framework for copyright. And does this really function well, or is it being bypassed here and there? EXA has commissioned or has done a survey amongst its affiliate associations in Europe, which includes also Norway, Great Britain and Switzerland, apart from the European Union. And one of the outcomes was that there are different practices of circumvention. This could be the unlawful use of certain licenses or the application of foreign law, for instance, US law to European contracts, which also is a topic which is being discussed. And then buyout contracts was an issue that had also been mentioned several times in our surveys. There is a growing pressure on composers regarding the conclusion of buyout contracts on behalf of multinational platforms, but also small TV stations and also smaller clients. We've known this for quite some time from the games industry, where they offer one single fee to cover both the work and later use of the work. And especially when it comes to later use, this is where it becomes critical. Now, in my talks in the European Parliament, I was able to describe this in a very striking and also conclusive way, and I would like to do so here again. And I'd like to give you some figures, big figures, so that you can have an impression on the situation we're in and an impression of the value of music. And I'm focusing on audiovisual music here. It's not about charts where we know they can be successful globally and can't be covered with a buyout. But with audiovisual music, we often hear this is being done for one single product. And since it's exclusively being produced for that, it can be covered with buyout. Okay, I'll take an example, 2008, where I was invited to participate in a pitch of a German regional TV broadcasting station to compose music for their news report, background music. Now, in a pitch, several composers are invited to make suggestions and proposals, meaning that it will take you at least 1 or 2 weeks to make at least 1 or 2 or several proposals, because of course you want to win the pitch. If you don't win it, well, that's it. You'll return home without anything. That is how the cookie crumbles, and if the remuneration is right, it's a system I could agree on. Well, I submitted 3 different proposals. One of them made it, but there was another one that didn't make it. The comments here was, oh, that's way too grand. It sounds very international, doesn't fit with our program. Okay, I understand that, but my question was, well, I've been working on that original idea and I like my composition, what do I do with that? So I submitted that track to a good and fair music library that will offer a share of all later users. What happened? A year later, I was sitting in my car and I said, wow, that radio ad, that's my music. And they are announcing a certain product here. And the same time, I went to a DIY market and they were using the same music to announce a sales week. Now, after that, I found out that had been the title music for the main news program in Romania. And then sometime later, a new Italian TV station was using my music every day, day and night. And then 2014, we had Nightcrawler as a Hollywood production where my music again was used for a news show because the film is about a news presenter. Now, 14 years later, I've earned a 6-digit amount of money in that music. But let me just repeat. You earned a 6-digit amount of money. Euros, dollar, doesn't matter. It's almost the same. In my case, it was euros. In the course of 14 years. But now just try to get this together with the claim that we often hear, you could do that with a buyout, couldn't you? Can't we just pay some sort of appropriate remuneration? I think this is a term, appropriate remuneration, which is often being misused. We're really not in a position to put appropriate remuneration in absolute figures and to cover this with a single amount of money, even if an exploiter or a user would have intended to pay a single amount, also expecting this music to be used widespread. They would not have paid the same amount of money. That's crazy, because if you pay a 6-digit amount of money in advance, you'll go bankrupt as an exploiter of these rights. It's simply not feasible to pay huge buyouts in our market and the way it works. Perhaps the big corporations and groups would be able to do that, but they're not doing it. What's important is that those who use it later on pass on a small part of the proceeds over collecting societies or direct licenses to the publishers to make their small contribution to balance out the economic advantage that they generated and pass it on to the composers. Great, that's a very practical and useful example that you've just provided us with. But it does lead to a few questions, and I think you've addressed most of the questions already. You spoke about Anglo-American copyright work made for hire. In Germany, there is the fundamental principle of the non-transferability of works. And we are also protecting the person, the individual, or the legal person of copyrights and authors, whereas in the States, it's the right to copy something which is being protected. So there is a clear difference. And you also pointed to the fact that we're looking at a sustainable burden sharing, meaning that the first licensee is the one acquiring the license rights, and those who are doing the exploitation, they are the second licensees, so to speak, and they are obligated to pay out remuneration.
Sorry for trying to simplify this, but I think now it becomes very tangible and you understand what this is about. In music it works quite well, unless Scandinavian large companies buy tracks for nothing and take all the money for themselves. That's right. And here is a little anecdote on this American Hollywood movie. I received an email from an American who happened to have the same last name as I. She said she saw the movie And she continued to watch the credit and saw my name. If that music had been in a Scandinavian buyout library, I would have received, I don't know, 150, 250, and my name wouldn't even have been in the credits. So it really is such a big difference. Thank you, Anselm. And here's my last comment. Of course, what you do is only possible because you've got three hats. You are an author, composer, you're also a musician at the same time, and you're also basically the producer of the recording. And all of these three heads are the basis for an entitlement to remuneration. Thank you very much for being with us, Anselm. All the best for the rest of your day.
Jetzt könntet ihr einen Jingle einspielen, falls das spontan möglich wäre.
And now we're at the end of this session.
Da ist er gerade. Danach übergebe ich an dich. So, und um es nicht vergessen zu haben, Professor Karl Riesenhuber rief gerade von hinten rein, wir sollten Herrn Kreuzer aber noch applaudieren. Das haben wir getan, als der Ton schon weg war. Aber
Now, unfortunately, I think Mr. Kreuzer couldn't hear the applause because he already tuned off. But that's not a problem. We just move on to our next topic, e-lending. Yes, thank you, Matthias. Thank you for this very interesting session. I would like to introduce Silke von Lewinsky and ask her to join me on the stage. She already spoke here in the morning.
Aufgabe als ALAI-Präsidentin auch schon beleuchtet wurde.
She is the president of ALAI. We ask her for a short introduction into e-lending. And it would be great if you could be brief so that we have some time for questions. Yeah. You're welcome to stop me after 5 minutes. So once again, a very good afternoon. Why are we discussing e-lending? I mean, the legal situation was clear. The European legislator and the German legislator had long made a decision. That was in 2001 in the InfoSoc directive. And then after that, the German legislator made a decision with Article 19a. In Germany, like in other EU member states and globally, there is a principle in authors' rights protection where you make a difference between physical objects and their exploitation. That would be traditional lending. Let's say somebody gives somebody an object, or exploitation in a non-physical shape, like, for example, communication, reproduction, broadcasting, etc. Even if a copy can be created in the process. But making something accessible is an immaterial process, and for that reason, the German legislator, the academic community, and the German courts thought that the principle of making available online is applied here. And there wouldn't be any exceptions for what we call e-lending today. And in the Netherlands too, where there's been a court handled by the European Court of Justice, the legislator, academics, they came to the same legal assessment. However, the public libraries have appealed against this. They want there to be an exception for public lending fees. That would also extend to e-lending. This was then taken to the European Court of Justice, which came up with a surprising ruling. Other than all the other courts, the Court of Justice basically created new law and said, yes, in this particular case, it might be conceivable that the lending legislation could be applied. And the reason for that decision was that it was compared to physical lending. What does that European decision mean for national courts? We've seen that the current regime based on licenses is being continued. It's just the European law that was interpreted by the European Court of Justice, and the national courts had already been exhausted. Now the national legislator can decide whether they want to change the law, for Article 6 only makes it possible to provide for an exception to the lending regime under certain conditions. Looking at other EU member states, we see that nobody has really hurried to come up with an exception for e-lending. From what I could find out, there was nobody who said that it was on the legislative agenda at the moment. In Sweden, a librarian told me that the library streamed the works to the users. And streaming is definitely making available online because people don't download a copy. But that would be a different case compared to the one decided by the European Court of Justice. Now, what is it that the national legislator could do after the ECJ ruling? First of all, there could be an exception based on the conditions stipulated in the directive and in the ECJ ruling. Another option would be forced licensing or an obligation to have collection societies. But we assume that there would also be a lot of opposition to this. There could also be the voluntary use of collection societies for those publishers who don't want to take care of it themselves. Or there could be an exception for e-lending after a work has already seen the amortization of the costs.
Vom EuGH-Haus gesehen, dass eine Kopie heruntergeladen werden kann.
The condition assumed by the Court of Justice is that there is a copy that can be downloaded by a user. That would mean one copy, one user. Only one user can use the copy at the same time. And there also needs to be a limited lending period, i.e., the copy that's been downloaded by one user has to, let's say, destroy itself after the end of the lending period. And of course, the library must have acquired the work in a legal fashion. There's another question in this context. Does the ECJ ruling refer to e-books? The ECJ is not a legislator. It only decides on specific cases, which means you can't generalize the rulings. For films, the ECJ
für die Kommission schreiben durfte,
has acknowledged video on demand. And the ECJ kind of said perhaps it wouldn't apply to that. Article 6 of the directive says that it is allowable to differentiate between audio recordings, which were CDs at the time, and films as DVDs, and to only introduce remuneration for books.
Eine andere Frage ist natürlich, was ist in dem Fall des E-Learning sind wir wieder zurück,
But now back to the beginning. If we have e-lending, what would be fair remuneration in this case? The public lending fee was never really considered to be appropriate. It was always lower than people would have liked to see. It's also difficult to have remuneration but no exclusivity, especially in the times of crisis, especially when the state has to pay. And then the state, of course, had to spend a lot of money on COVID, now in the energy crisis. And we heard this morning that very often culture is the first victim because people don't shout loud enough. And there's this feeling that nothing can be done about this. And people can't really invoke their exclusivity rights and say they're going to sit on their work until somebody pays them properly. The idea of the court is also to create an image of the analog world. The court said rather carefully that it can't be excluded that the directive would also be applied if a public library practices lending in a way that is comparable to physical lending. The question here is, what does comparable mean? There are differences between e-lending and physical lending. Of course, you need to have certain technical safeguards to make sure that people can't pirate the copies, or they undermine the system and keep permanent copies on their computers instead of actually returning the book. And there are many other very complicated topics we would need to deal with if we want to introduce an exception. This is why I say perhaps we should just stick to the current situation and not take a hasty decision. If we intervene in the market, it must be well thought through. The publishers are not happy with how the market is currently working. They say it's not economically sensible, but they do it because they want to promote public libraries. The libraries, of course, want to be able to lend out everything. And the question remains, what are these fair market conditions stipulated in the coalition agreement? And based on future studies, additional studies, we need to work on this situation. Of course, there are a lot of stakeholders with a lot of different interests. And if we were able to gather the two parties around the table, plus a mediator, to come up with a joint solution, then perhaps that would be the best way. Coming back to what the coalition has said, we want to achieve something together. And that should also apply to e-lending. And perhaps it would be good not to involve the public too much so that the experts can first sit down and deliberate on what they want to achieve.
Lieben Dank, Silke. Ja, du hast mir die Worte aus dem Mund genommen.
Gemeinsames Gespräch, Austausch. Wir können hier sicherlich nur das ein oder andere joint conversation and exchange. We can just touch upon these topics, but State Minister of Culture Roth this morning mentioned the round table that her ministry is organizing. Now, I would like to ask Volker Heller and then Janet Clark to make a short statement. He is the director of the Central and Regional Library in Berlin. He's also the chair of the German Association of Libraries. And in the 80s and 90s, he was practicing as a musician and as a composer himself. So once again, a an individual with several talents and occupations that are of importance to our discussion as well. You have the floor. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was very pleased to be accepted to your circle and to be able to present the position of public libraries on e-lending. It's always better to speak with each other than about each other through the media. E-lending in public libraries essentially has two aspects. One is that of library royalties, that has already been mentioned, and then the other one is that of licenses and granting of licenses as a matter of principle on behalf of the rights holders. Let me start off by speaking about the library royalties. The German Association of Libraries shares your opinion that we need to increase these royalties urgently, and that we should take other international examples as a model here. And secondly, these royalties, of course, and that goes without saying, should be expanded to e-books. All of these demands are part of a public list that my association has published, and that can also be found in the social media. Now, library royalties, other than the term may make you think, is something that is not being paid by the libraries, but the Conference of Ministers of Cultures and the federal government. And we have presented our demands together with the associations of authors and copyright holders to them. And we are happy to continue about this. And that brings me to the second aspect. I think we can look back on decades of peaceful coexistence of print lending. At least you haven't pointed to the situation being different. You haven't informed me about any arguments or conflicts existing here, and we never heard about the downfall of the world of publishers or the cannibalization. Now, what has happened in the print sector is it's like a standard, a benchmark that we could use for our continuation of a peaceful coexistence. Now, we heard in the past years about a cannibalization of the publishing world and authors' world because of e-books. I think there is a misunderstanding or misconceptions when it comes to our business model. It's not really a business model because we're not engaging in business. We're actually carrying out the tasks of a social welfare state. And a service of general interest. So I have tried to find out whether the accusations that we heard are really true when it comes to the practice of e-lending in libraries. Let's have a look at this very practice already before the ECJ ruling that stated how it ought to be. Now, German libraries actually one-to-one transfer the regulations of print lending to e-lending. We buy licenses, we follow the system of one copy, one loan. Afterwards, that is being erased. So I don't think there's any reason to assume that there are flat rates or pirate copies. We pay 1.5 times the amount of the store price, contrary to the print sector, where we pay 0.9. Basically, the licenses have a limit of time, meaning that the medium disappears from the virtual shelf after 4 years, and we have to re-buy it if we want to bring it back to that shelf. And
stellen unsere Bestände genauso weiter zusammen, wie wir es auch schon
above
in der
all
Printzeit
that, it has
Das
not
heißt, wir kaufen nicht
changed
nur
our
Bestseller oder
approach
fokussieren auf
of
Dinge, die besonders verkaufskräftig
putting together our
in
stock
den
in the
Verlagen sind.
libraries, of
Die Praxis des Bestandsaufbaus ist genauso.
working on
wie sie auch schon
our
vorher
library catalog.
Jetzt kann man sagen,
E-learning
ja,
has
das E-Learning
not
bringt aber
really had an influence on
Ja,
our
das ist so.
methodology here.
Natürlich haben wir keine logistischen
Now,
Aufwände,
you
also
may
so
say
physische Bücher erst mal
e-learning brings about clear benefits when it comes to handling. Yes, of course. We're not speaking about real, tangible books here. But when it comes to reach a common ground and an understanding of the issue, I think it would be helpful to conduct a study on the use of e-books in comparison to print. And then on this basis, bring about an economic compensation. My association has offered to conduct a joint study because we don't want to present results where you think that these were produced especially for us, or to prove our point. I think it would be worth your while to have a look at how libraries really do their business instead, or offer their services instead of how you think they're doing it. Now, let me also conclude by saying that the fact that public libraries are being excluded from lending practices over a certain period of time, especially in e-books, is something that we will not accept. We are offering a service of general interest, which is providing access to current literature, be it in physical books or digitally, and it also restricts the freedom to do your curation work in libraries, and you're being strongly influenced by others here, and we certainly won't accept that. Now, finally, you are saying a book is a book, and an e-book should also be subject to the stipulated statutory book prices. However, when it comes to the behavior of libraries with regard to e-books, they can't certainly treat it the same way as on the free market. Janet Clark, who was a lecturer at university as well, worked in marketing and comms, and is now a freelance author with a business and commercial background, has the floor now for her brief statement, and then we will have a discussion with you here. Thank you very much for the invitation, for giving me the floor as an author. You hate your readers. That was the reaction when more than 2,000 authors wrote an open letter or supported the open letter of the initiative Fair Lesen, Reading Fairly. This led to a blacklist of authors whose books should no longer be bought. They were accused of only looking at the money, being against libraries and public education. Now, this reaction reflects the toxic polarity of the destructive narrative when it comes to the discussion about e-lending and the image authors apparently have. How can it be that we are being blamed for when we are asking for fair remuneration, and 1 to 2 cents is certainly not fair? We are demanding that the mandate to provide public education should not lie with authors and publishers. The fact that works should be accessible in the digital world around the clock and everywhere actually curtails our rights as authors. undoing should make it possible to put a time limit on the availability of our works. From 2019 to 2021, e-lending has grown by 20% and 45% of all books were read or consumed online, but this has generated only 6% of e-book revenues. We're now setting the tracks for a future of education, and this mixed calculation must not be going down the drain, and we must not sacrifice the right of authors and right holders. The public discourse is poor in facts and driven by a toxic polarity. It's not our animosity towards technology when we warn of consequences for the society.
Heller, könnte ich Sie bitten, nochmal hier Platz zu nehmen?
Thank you.
Platz nehmen ist gut. Stehen, Platz zu nehmen. Stehen, Platz zu nehmen am Podium.
Mr. Heller, would you please join us again?
Zwei
Thank you.
kurze Darstellungen.
Thank you for your brief presentations.
Statements auf Websites, aber eben auch in Kurznachrichten ausgetauscht werden. Toxisch ist es genannt worden. Es ist natürlich
You called the situation toxic, and of course it would be terrible if all of a sudden there were calls not to buy, if already the remuneration is very low.
Noch einmal darauf hinweisen, es wird ja vom WKM angestoßen, einen sozusagen Austausch zu ermöglichen.
The Federal Commissioner for Culture and the Media has tried to initiate a debate that is less toxic and more fact-based.
Frau Professor Lewinsky hat schon dargestellt, es gibt
Professor Lewinsky said already
das rechtlich zu lösen, aber
that there are different legal solutions. But the question is,
es ist eine Möglichkeit, aber ist es die Möglichkeit?
is it really the best solution?
Gern einfach noch einmal
And there are potentially also different ways.
Beiden wissen, gibt es für Sie
And I would like to know
eine
from you,
Lösung, die Sie jetzt vorschlagen würden?
is there any particular solution that you would propose and that could then be discussed, or is there any solution that you would never accept? Without going into too much detail.
Also wie ich eben schon angesprochen habe, was für mich unglaublich wichtig ist, es dürfen zwei
What I find very important is that there are two things that must not be undermined. One is the mixed calculation of the publishing houses. You know, today visibility is very limited through players like Amazon, also because there is a much bigger offer, and therefore it's very important that the publishing houses earn enough money by working with the big players so that they still have sufficient finance. If that goes away, the cultural landscape would become less diverse. And secondly, we need to figure out whether there is a necessity of restricting the freedom of the authors to decide. There must be very plausible reasons for somebody to take away my right to decide about how my work is used. And I don't see any basis for that. You know, my contribution was very short, and I would like to come back to two things Mr. Heller said. First of all, people say that the price of e-books of 1.5 times is so much higher. But the fact is, this book will never wear out and it never needs to be replaced, while a printed book naturally decays, let's say, especially if it's in a library. And it would be interesting to know how often a book in a library needs to be replaced, a physical book. And then you said that your curation rights are curtailed. I once spoke to a librarian from Magdeburg, and she pointed out that e-lending also makes it possible to track readers' behavior in a much more detailed way. And of course, the insights generated by that play a role for the ordering behavior of libraries. And that means, in turn, that certain bestsellers will be bought as a preference. And this is, of course, damaging to the diversity of the offer.
Angemerkt haben, de facto einfach nicht stimmen. Das könnte ich jetzt
You know,
dafür fehlt uns aber
this is a bit of a difficult situation because you've just stated things that are simply not true.
Was ich glaube, was der richtige Weg ist.
And therefore, I would like to come back to the question about a good solution. I agree on the mixed calculation within the publishing houses. That principle should remain intact. I do believe that we need a legal provision here. Otherwise, libraries are just subjected to the arbitrariness exercised by the publishing houses. And I don't really think that this is what cultural politicians want. Okay, I can tell that there is a bit of toxicity here. Unfortunately, we don't have the time for an exhaustive discussion today. But we have a question here that I would like to include in our discussion. Thank you. Yeah, I represent the German Publishers and Booksellers Association, and I wouldn't say that we act arbitrarily. There are license agreements in place. And I should say that apart from the authors and the translators, the booksellers should also be represented here. I mean, we've been defending ourselves against Amazon, and Kindle has such a big market share here. And our business is really the remaining part of the market. And the way we act is not arbitrarily. It's a mixed calculation, that is true. And
Insofern freue ich mich sehr, dass das BKM diese
even if many people might be e-lending, there are still people going to actual libraries.
damit wir ein gemeinsames Verständnis haben
I'm
von
very
den Zahlen,
much
die Sie
a
haben.
fan
Es ist
of
schön,
having a
wenn man
fact-based
versteht und mit
debate
der
here.
Analyse verstehen will, wie die Bibliotheken arbeiten. Es ist aber auch schön zu verstehen, wie die Verlage
It is
und die
important to
Autoren
understand how libraries work, but it's also very important to understand how publishing houses and authors work together.
überlassen sein, ob sie elektronische Rechte gewähren oder
I think it
nicht.
should
Das hat
be
nichts mit
up to the
Kuration der
authors whether
Bibliotheken
they
zu tun.
also transfer
Wenn wir
their
gemeinsam dafür
electronic
streiten, dass die
rights.
Bibliotheken mehr Gelder bekommen, eine kommunale Sache übrigens,
If we all want libraries to have more money, and that would be public money,
die Verlagsarbeit über
then we
die
shouldn't say at the same time that the booksellers and publishers are acting in an arbitrary way. We can only preserve the current diversity if we don't let the bestsellers cannibalize themselves. And today in libraries, actually, people pay money so that they have printed works reserved for them. Then this is also something to be considered. So all I want to say is let's look at the facts, let's carry out a study together with the authors, the translators, the publishers, so that we have real figures. And as I said, a fact-based discussion.
Vom leicht toxischen sprach, würde ich gerne, während ich auf weitere Wortmeldungen
I said before that this discussion is not without tension.
Gegen Ende ein bisschen zusammenfassen. Alle wollen mehr Fakten.
And I think what we can already say in summary is that everybody wants to have the facts, everybody acknowledges the mixed calculation model,
Und alle wollen mehr Gelder
and
für die Kommunen.
everybody
Noch einmal,
wants
das ist ja
to see more money for the municipalities.
unser Problem gewesen als Urheber und
That's
Vertreter von Urheberinnen und
already been our problem in the past as artists and authors, but also when working with distributors.
Gerade kommunal und föderal fehlen.
If there is no money at the national or municipal level, how can all that burden be shifted on the industry?
Wir wurden
But
vorhin auch
that's
angesprochen.
perhaps a different discussion.
Noch viele, viele andere Themen, die wir gerne in die
There are so many other topics that we couldn't include today, but that we will include next time, and that are also indirectly linked to e-lending. And one last thing.
Doch darauf immer wieder kommen muss, eine gesamteuropäische Betrachtung.
Those who know me know that I always insist on considering the European perspective. We should be looking at models that exist all over Europe. We have one more question or comment from Monika Pfundmeier.
Ziehen wir da schon am selben Strang, weil
You know, I think we actually want the same. I can't think of an author who wouldn't love libraries. And I think all of us need to make sure that this cultural diversity is preserved. It's in everybody's interest that we find a solution that suits everybody. On the sales price or purchase price, which is 1.5 times as much for e-books. Now, two things, I should say. E-books, the price of e-books is normally below printed books, and it also includes the lending possibility.
Bei der Vergütung von E-Books mit Ausleihen bitterst aus.
Darf ich da noch ganz kurz mit eingreifen? Nämlich, es geht
Could I please jump in here?
Dieser Vergütung von dem 1,5-fachen Ladenpreis. Bei einem Printbuch steht dieses Printbuch.
I said it's 1.5 times the store price. In a print library, you only have one copy, and only one person can have it. If you have one digital copy, and if you have a library alliance, it can be lent to so many people. This book that has been bought at 1.5 times the store price, and that also needs to be taken into account. Before I hand back to Mr. Heller, I think we need to wait for the outcomes of the conversations at the Cultural Commissioner's Office, and I'm sure interesting results will come out of that. Mr. Heller, and then we move on to the next round. Yes, I have two comments about the library alliances. When they buy an e-book, he was saying that it can be used by more people. Yeah, this is why an alliance would buy it. And this adds hundreds and thousands of new users who would like to have the book but will never have it. So no cannibalization danger here. And I think what we need to do is here carry out that study we talked about to get the actual figures. Coming back to your contribution, when we buy print, the lending rights are already included, and if we buy e-lending, higher license fees need to be paid. And to me, that's just logical. There are handling benefits, and of course we could debate whether this is the right amount, but for that we don't have a fact base. But in print, isn't the payment made via the public lending fee? I think this is what Ms. Pfundmeier wanted to say. Yes, of course, that's different with the public lending fees. I think we agree on that.
Neben einem konfliktreichen Austausch mehrere Übereinstimmungen, vielleicht nicht noch.
So some agreement, not in every area.
Das sehen wir wohl beide genauso. So kann man besser.
You know, I liked your concluding statement. You said, I think we agree on that. Now, perhaps we conclude here because we've decided that we all need a break now. We've got 15 minutes, and we'll start again at 1:45.
Willkommen zurück zur
Welcome back to our 10th conference on copyright here at the Academy of Arts in Berlin. So much authors' rights, so little time. We're again running late, and we started 1 minute late after the break. This is why our next guest is here already, Professor Karl Riesenhuber, Chair of Civil Law at the University in Bochum. He also lectured at the University of Berkeley School of Law, and he is an expert in European and commercial and business law, and he's also an expert in trade law. And since October last year, he is the Dean of Law at the Ruhr University in Bochum. How do you do that, and how do you manage to have the time to get here? You don't have time to answer the question, but you will prepare the ground for our legal political discussion which will follow. Yes, of course, I can try to do that. I am not a member of the federal government, even, of the federal parliament, even though that is the title I have, but I'm a dogmatist on law. I am a legal expert, and we look at laws and legislation, and not as at jurisprudence. But Klaus Wilhelm Canaris said, good legal dogmatics also looks at the regular policy and makes a contribution to improve the law and avoids errors, and therefore it depends on a clear legal dogmatic fundament. And as a legal dogmatist, I may help to clarify a few of the questions that we're looking at, and I shall do so with 4 aspects: Europe, fundamental legal principles, and good laws and good legislation. The first question is that of responsibility. We spoke about the European legislation as much as we did about German legislation in the area of authors' rights. Now, this is an area where the European legislation came into play rather late, at the beginning of or at the end of the 1990s, and only in the past years, based on the contentious debate about authors' rights, it has called the attention of the public at large, because there were major discussions about this. So a major part of authors' rights are determined by union law, European Union law. Therefore, we must bear their legal policy and their legislations in mind. So not only should we be committed in Berlin, but also in Brussels and Strasbourg, and become active there. That brings me to fundamental rights. From a substantive point of view, our copyright is taking effect in the context of fundamental rights. So basically, copyright is property in the sense of Article 14 of our basic law, our constitution. It has to be protected against interference and intervention on behalf of the private subjects or private businesses and on behalf of the state. And there are statutory exceptions. However, these statutory exceptions have to be justified. The legislator has to strike a balance between the rights and freedom of individuals and the demands and rights of the public at large. To put it in concrete terms, private copies can only be done against remuneration. That means there's also a remuneration claim vis-à-vis the state. And we just heard about this with regard to libraries, schools and universities. They have to be fitted with the appropriate financial means to pay that necessary remuneration. Copyright contract law is another aspect that has been mentioned, and there are legal protection duties on behalf of the legislator. This became clear in 2001 when the legislature pointed to the fundamental freedom to conclude a contract, but this has to presuppose parity, and therefore a distortion of parity is a matter of copyright, contract law and civil law. An imbalance of the contracting parties would lead to biased contracts, which is to be avoided. So it's not first and foremost about social matters and social concerns, but rather a liberal one, namely to look at market relations and to avoid market failure. And we heard things such as blacklisting several times today, which point clearly at an imbalance of the market that we have to redress. We also have to protect authors from exploitation, also from self-exploitation. This requires special protective provisions to be in place for authors. We have to bear this in mind, especially when we look at constant attempts of certain user groups to introduce a buyout. Mr. Kreutzer has just mentioned this. It puts at risk the possibility of having a fair share in the remuneration of their works and product. Again, this would lead to an imbalance and also asymmetries in production. This brings me to the third aspect, matters of principle, because fundamental rights provide a lot of space for interpretation of this legal matter, and an exchange in legal policy and also the fight for a balance here is something that has to be borne in mind and has to also look at protection of property in the context of our fundamental law, which protects intellectual property and other aspects of property. And if that is considered a fundamental right of freedom, this, in conclusion, would also lead to a strengthening of authors' rights. Conversely, protecting the weaker party of a certain constellation is something that should be enforced in copyright contract law. Here I'm looking at solo freelancers or solo self-employed people. We often hear that these individuals are oftentimes both. They work as a freelance and still in a certain arrangement of dependence, and therefore that requires special protective measures. I would like to stress the principle of subsidiarity, which leads to a primate of self-help. One aspect of this self-help can be found in the collecting societies. We heard more about this this morning from the individual speakers. However, this type of protection could also be demanded when it comes to certain user groups. For instance, consumers. They can also be users of rights and works being protected under copyright. However, the protection of consumers and users should not take precedence over that of authors. Private law, and therefore copyright law, is not an appropriate instrument for redistribution. So if there are individual user groups, such as consumers, who require and claim a need for protection with regard to authors' rights, then this has to be reflected in direct transfer payments and not in an amendment of copyright legislation. Sometimes people look at copyright with regard to contexts which are quite far away from that when you look at diversity and also the international law considerations. But here, I think copyright can merely be a tool. However, to apply copyright law to protect intellectual property aims at highlighting the diversity of human production and human creation. Therefore, we also need a copyright law which is of practical importance and has a practical impact. And bearing these dimensions in mind should be the basis for its economic use and its economic product or revenue. It has to be put into practice, and that is my fourth aspect, with a clear view to its feasibility. The better the law, the easier its application. My colleague, Mr. Wang, on data protection, however, not on copyright, said that its interpretation has to be done in a well-meaning manner. It is very important to formulate these laws in an appropriate way, because if you depend on the well-meaning of the legislator, that would lead you to an area of subjective assessment in evaluation or individual subjective evaluation. That's something parliaments should be debating. Now, in the recent past, with regard to the participation of publishers, we saw that an imprecisely formulated law could lead to clear distortions here, even though I've constantly asked the Constitutional Court to read and interpret that law properly. Now, since they weren't able to do that, the legislator had to amend the law accordingly. We are looking at a similar risk when it comes to the interpretation of exploitation legislation, or the Collecting Societies Act, where some voices call for a constant completion of the catalogues and of rights and obligations of collecting societies. So I see the issue of being of a fundamental nature. These catalogs are very long-lasting, mostly for a lifetime, and then with the hereditors for another 70 years, and such long-lasting conditions have to constantly be amended and adjusted. When it comes to protection here, it is the guarantee of correctness of the formation of the will which is guaranteeing protection here, which justifies to check for whether something has to be taken off that list. And that's a task not only lying on the authors and collecting societies, but also the legislators, who have to constantly monitor possibilities of use and making them possible in a legal way. Mr. Gorney has adamantly called for that. There is a good example, which is private copies on a cloud storage space, which were addressed several times. There must not be a difference whether I make a copy on a hard disk or in a cloud storage. And if the law doesn't allow for that, legislators must act. And that brings me to my concluding remarks. My remarks were only able to give you a rough orientation for the following discussion, which is a matter of the evaluation and the debate, which is the tasks of the real members of parliament now. Thank you.
Ganz großartig, Professor Riesenhuber, in so kurzer Zeit so viele Aspekte unterzubringen.
Wow, so many different aspects in such limited time. That's an art in itself. I know there are many questions. We'll try to answer as many as we can.
Wichtige Gäste hier bei der Konferenz begrüßen. Wir freuen uns wahnsinnig, dass alle.
And now let me welcome our panel guests. We have 4 members of parliament all working on copyright.
auch mehrere verkehrstechnische Hürden nehmen konnten.
We are very pleased that they were able to make it here. The train connections were interrupted, and some people had to take some detours. And now I would like to ask them to make a short statement each about their interests, their opinions, and I start with Mr. Karametolu. Please join me here on the stage.
Katharina, darf ich noch, kommen Sie ruhig zu uns, ganz nur zum Ablauf.
Katharina,
wir werden Sie um 16:30 Uhr alle entlassen, weil wir wissen, dass die MDPs
let me just say that this event will,
also wir werden jetzt eine gute halbe Stunde noch.
or this discussion, let's say, will end at 4:30. We know that our MPs need to leave us at that time.
Also man hat mir gesagt 3 bis 5 Minuten.
I was told 3 to 5 minutes. I tried to stick to that.
Das Gesetz im Bereich von Urheberrecht, nämlich Urheberrechtsdienstanbietergesetz.
We've been introducing an OSP law, and I think you all remember that. We had very heated debates about it. The authors were saying we're stealing their rights.
User von Plattformen ihre
The platform users
Meinungsfreiheit ausgehebelt gesehen.
Thought we were suppressing their freedom of expression, and the platforms believed that we would want to hold them accountable for something that they're not responsible for. And I think that tells you already how controversial things can be in a democratic society. And that is a good thing as such. I still remember when I was a legal trainee and I read a file of a civil case for the first time. And I read the complaint, and I read the defense, and everything seemed plausible. That tells me it's all about exchanging views and then come up with a solution that everybody can accept. It will never be perfect. It will never suit everyone, but c'est la vie.
Und ja, wir haben natürlich einige wichtige Projekte im Bundestag in Bezug auf ein Urheberrecht. Zunächst einmal geht es darum,
and of course, we are also dealing with copyright legislation in the German parliament. The OSP Act is to be reviewed and evaluated because we want to find out whether the freedom of expression is actually being limited or restricted. I could imagine that Section 10 of that Act might have to be amended. We're talking about text of 160 signs. Perhaps that could be expanded to 300, or the flagging opportunities wouldn't only apply to legal cases, but also contractual cases, which would mean that you add something for licensing. And there's another interesting topic, e-lending. And looking at our guests here today and having listened to the e-lending debate earlier, that also seems to be a very pressing issue. In our coalition agreement, we say we want to find a fair framework for e-lending. And the situation is similar to the OSP situation. It concerns the publishers, the authors, the libraries, users of libraries, and I myself, as a social democrat, and with somebody from being somebody from a working family, I remember that it was a very special thing to go to a library when I was a kid, because we could then read books that we could never have afforded. That's something very special and something that needs to be preserved. But of course, there are the legitimate interests of the booksellers and the publishing houses that also work very hard to ensure this diversity in the book landscape that we enjoy here. And there are the authors who might have worked for years without being paid for it. And then when one of their books is being sold, they need to be able to make a living on their work. As a lawyer, I've also defended a lot of artists, so I know the problems they're faced with. than streaming platforms.
Die eine oder andere Regelung hinbekommen möchte. Ich habe jetzt schon 4 Minuten und 12,
Also an area that we
ohne da weiter zu
would be interested to regulate.
schließe ich ab, damit wir noch in der Zeit bleiben.
But now I think I've exhausted my time and I hand over to my colleagues.
Arvet Tesfayesus und sie kommt zu uns von Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. Ich habe schon wieder falsch ausgesprochen, Tesfayesus, Entschuldigung.
And now let me introduce our next guest, Arvet Tesfayesus. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Yes, hello, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm a new face, and I only joined a year ago. When I came to the Cultural Affairs Committee for the first time, I was asked immediately, "Oh, aren't you a lawyer? Don't you want to be responsible for copyright in this committee?" That was suspicious already. And of course, I knew it was a contentious topic. But nevertheless, I said yes, and I'm quite happy. On the one hand, I see that allows me to combine my interests of the law and culture, but it's about more than just legal policy. It's about culture in our country, it's about how we shape our cultural landscape, and it's about who our law serves and who it doesn't help right now. Does it work for the authors? Does it work for the citizens who use libraries? Does it work for people with impairments? Does it work for all generations? Does it promote lifelong learning? Early childhood education? In my hometown of Kassel, daycare centers received warning letters because they played protected music, license-protected music, in a kindergarten. But of course, it's also about money. But as I said before, it's mainly about how we shape our cultural landscape, whether we want to preserve it, and whether we are able to protect the space for cultural expression. Last summer, I spent 3 weeks in New York, and I spent a whole week looking for a bookshop, and I couldn't find one. And I asked my family over there, they said, "Yeah, there is a bookshop, I'll drive you there."
Und das ist das, was ich meine. Das ist natürlich die andere Seite.
But you know,
sehen müssen, wohin kann das führen, wenn wir in diesem Bereich
this is why we need to ask ourselves what might be the consequence if we give up this whole area and don't try to regulate it. And this is the interesting part. There are things that need to be preserved and others have to be adjusted. Concerning libraries, we know we also need to consider citizens' interests. We, the Green Party, have welcomed the EU's copyright directive very much. We think it's an important and necessary step. But as lawyers, we know that it's all about enforcement. How is the directive transposed? How does the relevant jurisdiction work? And it's not just about creating legal remedies if there is a violation, but also how exactly they are designed. For example, is it possible for associations to take representative action? I think looking at the technological development, we can all assume that this topic will remain interesting the next 10 years. Let's just think of AI-generated art. But right now,
neue Reform aus und
we need to look at the implications of the latest reform and what it means for us.
Vielen Dank, Avites Jesus. Wir würden gerne Herrn Dr. Lieb bitten.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Mr. Lieb. And we're very curious to hear about what he's planning.
Ja, schönen guten Tag auch von meiner Seite. Ganz herzlichen Dank für die Einladung.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Im Urheberrecht geht's besser.
Let me start by saying that copyright is better off. It's not in intensive care anymore, but it has not yet fully recovered. I remember when I was a young lawyer in 2004-06, I was at an event for the first time where people discussed how copyright legislation could be transferred to a digitized society. I think that's a project that we still haven't completed. And why is that? I'm a legal historian by training. And looking at history, I wrote my PhD on remote centuries, distant centuries. And I know that there were always political fights. Goethe and Schiller were, of course, household names, and they used their political clout to protect their copyright, and they could do that because everybody knew them. And this shows us that copyright is both about cultural and economic aspects. And this is a balance we've always tried to preserve, but also a balance that many try to shake and move. On the one hand, people have or users have claimed that they want to also benefit from users' rights. And at the same time, there are people who've used their creative power to produce something, and now they should have a right to decide about how that work is used and exploited. The legislator needs to strike a balance and find a solution. We've just heard about e-lending. You know, in the end, it's always about balancing interests. At the same time, we need to make sure that there is appropriate remuneration, and what is appropriate needs to be also a political decision. And there's no general right to just using things. This has a lot to do with evaluation. In May, we had a first review of the copyright in the Knowledge Society, and that's been mentioned by Germany's Cultural Council. It also says that we must not be hasty in our evaluations, but take the time to take a close look. When the coalition agreement was negotiated, some people said we should go rather slow with the copyright just because so much has happened in the last few years. That tells me we need to take a very careful look and be thorough in what we do. And with e-lending, for example, we must be careful that we don't take empty public chests as an excuse, thereby killing the publisher's business. That can't be our solution. And in music streaming, we also have a fact gap. If you look at the different opinions that are being published, they are rather contradictory.
ganz wichtige gesellschaftspolitische Frage. Wir können sicherlich
And all of this raises social policy concerns. I think much can be regulated in copyright, but we need to be aware that there is a very strong social impetus. Take music. If the general public isn't really willing to pay more for culture because so many things are available for free, then I don't think copyright legislation can solve that. It's a social challenge. And here I have to think of Chris Bose, who's from Frankfurt. He's one of the AI pundits in this country, and he said human creativity is what will differentiate us from an artificial intelligence. Therefore, it's an interesting question what AI can do. For AI, I think we can discuss ancillary copyright, but I don't think that there is any original or genuine copyright. A copyright is something that refers to the creations of the human mind.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Dr. Lieb. Und wenn ich das sagen darf, ganz besonders auch für die letzten Sätze. Die werden wir bestimmt im Gehör behalten. Jetzt kommt ein alter Bekannter, im Gegensatz zu 3 neuen Bekannten von uns, ein alter Bekannter auf die Bühne, Ansgar Heveling. Und weil er uns schon so bekannt ist, kann ich auch berichten, dass er ein ambitionierter und wirklich begabter Hobbyfotograf ist. Er macht wunderschöne Naturfotografien und ist insofern ja auch schon wieder einer von uns.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank für die Einladung, heute mit dabei zu sein. Sollten die Veranstalter den Gedanken gehabt haben, dass jetzt zum Schluss der Oppositionshammer kommt, dann kommt jetzt auch gleich die Enttäuschung, den packe ich nämlich nicht aus. Nicht nur, weil ich der Versuchung widerstehen möchte, bei dem Thema Opposition zu machen, sondern weil ich es zum einen für nicht angemessen halte bei dem Themenfeld Urheberrecht und weil ich auch sagen muss, jedenfalls bei den 4 Fraktionen oder Parteien, die hier heute stehen, die Schnittmenge, was die Grundpositionierung zum Urheberrecht angeht, doch so groß ist. Und wenn man sich die letzten Jahre, Jahrzehnte anschaut und die Regierungskonstellationen, die es da gegeben hat, ja auch in den unterschiedlichsten Zusammenhängen
regarding the different parties that were governing together, I think our main positions on authors' rights have, by and large, remained the same. I was presented as a usual suspect, and what happened to you, Ms. Tesfayesus, actually also happened to me 13 years ago when I became a member on the Committee on Legal Affairs. That's when people said, you should be dealing with authors' rights. And ever since that, I have been doing that. Thank you, Professor Riesenhuber, for speaking about being a legal dogmatist or a dogmatist of law. Copyright, at the end of the day, is a question of intellectual property, and when I look at the beginning of my authors' rights discussions, that was the time where people didn't agree at all on intellectual property, not so much in Parliament, but really in the public at large. And fortunately, we've managed to resolve many of those issues. Then we had the DSM directive and its transposition, and here I think it is right to look at this with a, let's say, sober perspective and wait and see which impact this transposition will have. When I look at the German law, with regard to OSD, OSC, I wouldn't necessarily call this a quick shot. We really did deal with this directive at length in the past, and many of the regulations or provisions can be found again in the German, or can be found now in the German OSC.
ist es jetzt Aufgabe der Politik, natürlich zuvörderst der Regierung, zu schauen, wie fangen jetzt die Figuren, Rechtsfiguren an zu wirken, die die
government to check whether the provisions that can be found in the online service provider copyright law will really have the desired impact, and where amendments are required without fundamentally calling the OSP Act into question. Of course, when it comes to how the DSM directive had been transposed into national law, I think we as a German government should scrutinize this again, because one of the targets was European harmonization, creating a uniform legal framework, and as a matter of fact, we need to see whether these domestic or national laws really attain this target, so that we can see real harmonization, or whether we still have a patchwork approach. Since we're speaking about authors and it's not about a physical subject matter, the only option they have left in their last resort is to monetize on their rights, and for that a uniform European legal harmonized space is required. And we as policymakers now have to ask ourselves whether these targets that we had in mind are being implemented, at least partly. Many of the different approaches and ideas have already been mentioned by my previous colleagues. When it comes to e-lending, I think the major points have been addressed. I think it is only right that our State Minister of Culture has launched this initiative of bringing all the stakeholders together at one table, because what we need at the end of the day is a balancing of interests, a compensation of interests, without taking out the sharp sword of legislation, without having to come up with a new law again, or without having to look at antitrust or cartel approaches to resolve these questions. And let me come back to one thought that my colleague Mr. Lieb addressed. Now, in my past 13 years of dealing with German authors' rights, I've perceived this as a right with a dual approach to personal property and authors' rights. And I find this dual approach very valuable and would like to expand this also to the European realm. It is indeed a field of tension, but it is also a wonderful combination, because authors' rights not only mean economic use, but what's behind these authors' rights are real human beings who are being very creative. Mr. Heveling, I need to keep an eye on the time, and let me just perhaps sum up what you just said. You said it's a combination of property right and personality right when we look at our German authors' rights. And this also brings us to AI, where we have the copyright of the personalized right and the work being generated. And that does not really include AI, I have to say. Professor Riesenhuber, there is a question to you from the audience. And there's also a need from amongst our audience here. We spoke a lot about the major topics, big industries and groups that are affected by the different changes and amendments. But amongst our 140,000 authors and artists that we represent, there are also very small groups, but they can also formulate very precise questions. For instance, games authors. Perhaps you know what I'm talking about. They even managed to be mentioned in the coalition agreement. It's about listing analog games in the collection catalog of the German National Library. This would then could then possibly lead to lending fees. Public lending fees. Yes, you are right. This is something that we are discussing. However, there have not been any recent developments that I can inform you about, since currently we're really focusing a lot on e-lending, and I think my colleagues can agree with me. We are having many talks on this currently. Yeah, we must not forget about these other questions, which, yeah, presumably seem to be of minor importance, but to these smaller groups, they have, as a matter of fact, the same importance as the big issues. Do you have the necessity to discuss your statements up here on the panel to react to what we just heard? Well, Mr. Heveling just mentioned one thing which I myself find very important. When you look at sports event, you can notice this in practice, and that's the European aspect, which has also been mentioned here. I know that it is very difficult also in our political parties to make sure that in the long run we're aiming at European harmonization. When we look at photography, it's the freedom of panorama, which we are currently discussing. And what we want to get at is a win-win situation to make sure that on the one hand, we're living in countries of open borders, and then on the other hand, we're seeing that copyright is constantly changing. It's a cultural issue, but it's also an economic issue, and I think all parties should really strive for European harmonization. It's a huge and very, very important project. Let me just add that, yes, if we want to do that, and here I completely agree with my colleague, we have to be aware that that would mean a reduction of national possibilities of bringing your influence to bear. So when we see that harmonization can only be done with giving up sovereignty, it will end up in a regulation, a European regulation in the end, without any corridor for transposing this into national law, but a regulation which takes immediate effect in the different countries. But that's something worth being discussed. Yes, and I think we all agree with you, and not long ago we had an assembly of our member associations who state, yes, we need this harmonization. However, DSM has not yet been transposed in the different countries. We don't really know what the differences will be. So the last countries will follow the first. There may be more harmonization than originally expected, but there are areas to be discussed where perhaps some improvement has to be made. If not internationally, then at European level. And we would love to continue a debate on that with you. A few things have already been mentioned, perhaps with a rather national perspective, but in the background, the European perspective is always there.
Okay, one last question to our political panel.
Dann wäre hier ein Mikrofon.
Genau, ganz kurz, eigentlich weniger Frage, sondern einfach auch der Hinweis.
It's actually not a question, it's a comment. As authors, we are considered creators, but sometimes, and I say that as a self-publisher, we are also clients for other people.
Schaffe ich ein Werk, von dem, ich habe es heute in meiner Rede auch gehabt, 113.000 Beschäftigte profitieren.
And sometimes if I produce something, 130,000 jobs in a publishing house may depend on it. And I just ask you to keep that in mind. It's not about supporting individual persons. but it's about enabling these persons to also be an employer for many other people, also commission work from other people. Well, that's true. We're talking about a whole system.
Bevor wir Sie dann entlassen. Es war ja jetzt die Frage, wenn wir die Harmonisierung auf europäischer Ebene denken wollen, ob wir das mit den
If we want to be consistent with European harmonization, will we be able to do that with the tools we have at our disposal? And let me just share one thought with you. In Germany, we have a federal system, a non-decentralized system that was created post-war. And in the future, in the EU, a single commissioner can decide about regulation in the whole area of media that should really have taken place in Germany at the state level. And this raises not only legal questions, but it also touches upon our identity. I know it's not directly a copyright issue, but it's inextricably linked to what we do. It's about the value we create.
Das war mir ein Kommentar zum Schluss. Wir beobachten das sehr aufmerksam. Wir sind da
in any case, we are following the situation very closely. We also are collaborating with media regulators.
Und auch ein Angebot unsererseits,
and I think it should be really interesting
weil wir vieles davon
involve us in your conversations. We've been working on this for such a long time. We have a lot of experience. It's part of our DNA. And we are happy to be a part of the discussions. After all, we are talking about public spaces in our society. And that system is not really working. I mean, Trump is back on Twitter. And there are so many other things where we really need to ask ourselves whether we are willing to accept them or not. Now, I know you are all very busy people, and we thank you all the more for coming here today and joining us. Thank you.
Sie müssen jetzt gehen.
And you're dismissed, so to speak. Thank you. But as my colleague said, we are happy to continue this conversation. And we are also very interested in learning what you might want to know from us. We're always happy to answer questions, provide information. Just get in touch. Thank you.
Super, danke.
Katharina, und hat mich sehr gefreut. Tschüss. Tschüss, alles Gute. Katharina, um dich zu entstressen, das war schon mein Schlusswort gerade. Ich habe es nur vorgezogen. Ja? Also wir sind nicht aus der Zeit raus, noch mehr rausgeflogen. Aber wir haben eine Frage von außen, aus dem Publikum, und zwar an Sie, Herr Riesenhuber.
And now there's been a question to you, Mr. Riesenhuber.
Die Frage kommt von Florian Sonntag, der sich heute
It's Florian Sonntag,
auch zu Wort gemeldet hat.
who already asked a question in the morning. He's a photographer.
An wen soll das Geld, was für die ECL, also das Extended Collective Licensing von den Diensteanbietern kommt, denn über die Verwertungsgesellschaft
providers via the ECL?
Ich weiß nicht, ob Sie das beantworten
Who should that money go to?
Und ich
the
glaube, wir haben auch
agencies
niemanden von
or
der
the
Bildkunst hier, aber
authors?
vielleicht kommen wir ja einer Antwort nahe.
Can you answer that question? I think that's a question to be answered by the collecting societies. I think the strength of that solution is that it's managed decentrally.
Also nur um es nochmal gesagt zu haben, dieser Konflikt, der wird uns, glaube ich, in den nächsten Jahren intensiv begleiten.
I think this is a conflict that will remain with us in the next few years. We talked about the EXA initiative in Brussels to defend ourselves against total buyouts. And there are also structures in our initiative to be able to agree on buyouts. And there too, we will have to, let's say, mediate and come to a solution. Yes, so thank you for all of your comments, and we would like to thank everyone in a minute. Before you tune off, I would like to thank all of our partners and funders.
vor allen Dingen aber auch an die Akademie der Künste.
And I would also like to thank in particular the Academy of Arts, Janine Meerapfel and her team.
Ohne unsere 42 Organisationen mit allen Urheberinnen und Künstlerinnen.
We also thank our 42 member associations with all of their members, their experts.
Aber die Veranstaltung heute hätte nicht
But
stattfinden
seriously,
können,
today's event could not have taken place without Felix's team,
geniale Schöpfer unserer Kommunikationsstrategie, aber des Designs und auch dieses
who's taken care of the design, our communication strategy, the layout
Urheberstudios, wie wir es nennen,
of our copyright conference TV studio. We thank the interpreters, Vivi Bentina and Zara Campos, Claudia Jones for the written translation, then a lot of people who don't want to be named. And last but not least, I thank Andy Arndt, my colleague. And without Matthias and without Andy, this event would not have been possible. I greatly enjoyed our exchange. We thank the audience for their comments and questions. And we say goodbye until next time.
Ich bedanke mich noch bei Professor Riesenhuber, dass er bei uns
Yes,
stehen geblieben
and
ist.
I would like to thank Professor Riesenhuber for still being here on our stage.
Wir haben gestern ein kleines Abendessen gemacht für die, die schon
We
da
held a
waren.
dinner yesterday for those guests who were already present, and there were some people we had never met before, but after 3 hours of having dinner, we already felt like family. I know this sounds very sentimental, and I'm not a teenager anymore, but this is exactly what gives us the strength to keep doing our work. In spite of all the controversy, the incredible effort,
dass wir immer wieder wissen, für wen
and a lot of headwind, it's important to know who we're working for and who we're working with. Thank you for that, and see you again at the latest next year.
Geschafft.